Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How is everybody today? I'm a little late today. I know I had some things I had to do. I had to get my kiddo ready to go with my sister. But there is a hearing incoming. So let me just pull that real quick. I didn't think that we would get it from Judge Krupp, but there is a Zoom. There's a Zoom. And Mike always lets me know that I can like restream. I don't have to ask if he's hey Pepper, nice to see you, darling. It's nice to see you guys. I'm just feeling like blah today. I will tell you that much. I am feeling very blah today. Very, very bleh. My day didn't start out wonderfully, so I'm just feeling very, I'll tell you that much. So hopefully we can make it better with talking about what happens here in the hearing and going over some things that are going to happen this week. There are some deadlines happening. We're going to talk about will or won't the sewer turtle hand over communications and things that he was ordered by subpoena to hand over, because today's the deadline. So usually that's by 5 p.m. So we'll see, I guess, if he hands it over. I made my coffee today. I had hot coffee for once. And then I made a second and I put the rest of it in the fridge to make, cold, not quite ice, but like almost ice coffee. So that's my second bout of it. Totally making a mess with my cool mom cup though. Getting coffee all over it. And I just ran out of creamer. I feel like that's not indicative of a good morning, right? You run out of your favorite creamer. And if you're going to ask me what my favorite creamer is, it is peppermint mocha. Yes, I will drink peppermint mocha all year long. Doesn't matter, but doesn't have to be just Christmas time. I love me some mocha and or peppermint mocha. Yeah, just okay. This hearing is with Judge Krupp. This is about search warrant and carrying phones. We're going to see what Judge Krupp's going to say. I have no indication one way or another of what might happen in this specific hearing. In other hearings, I got some commentary. In this one, I'm not really sure because, again, we have no real indication of what Judge Krupp's going to do or what he's not going to do. So it'll sort of just be like watch and see what happens. That'll be fun, right? That'll be fun. I do have some interactives for later. I know I made the live very quickly, and so oftentimes people don't see it and don't get a notification when I make it, within a half hour of actually streaming. It's better off to make it many hours ahead of time or at least an hour ahead of time because then people get the notification. So people don't always get the notification. So what I should do is I should quickly make a community post on it's also a Lindsay Clancy pretrial hearing today. I should make like a post on YouTube. A community post. I don't ever know how to get to the community tab when I'm using it on the computer, but it's just much easier on my phone to just hit the community button and call it a day. Again, it's one of those days, guys. I'm having one of those days where you ever have one of those days where you wake up and you're just like, no, thank you. No, today is just one of those days where it's like, shitty. I don't like it. Oh, it's showing me the short that I published yesterday. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It's a short, folks. I published two shorts, I believe it was. 2 shorts that I published yesterday. I really need to push out more shorts. I just never have the fucking time, Why is this not working? What's happening? Oh, here we go. No, that's not it. No. Okay, but why doesn't it let me? I don't want to make it. I don't know. There's no on the actual fuck stick. I don't know what's taking so long with the hearing either. That's like for the judge, and they always set these things to a certain time, and then you wait for that certain time to happen, and they're always freaking behind. Always behind. Like, damn, if you're late to court, especially criminal court, they will send out a fucking warrant for your arrest and say you just didn't show up. You're 10 minutes late. And it's like, bro, court just takes their sweet ass fucking time with everything, You are too what? Late? Late? I'm late. I'm late for a very important date. My husband hates being late to anything. He's got to be on time or early. And I'm like, babe, you don't need to be the first people there. Like, it's fine if you want to be on time, but like, do we have to be the first assholes? We have to be like, 20 minutes early. Like, so unnecessary, dude. So unfreaking necessary. But I digress. He likes being on time. For the 10 years he worked for the same company, he never was late, not one singular time. He called in twice ever in those 10 years. And one was I was giving birth, and the other was a medical emergency where I was taken in an ambulance. So those were the only 2 times that man ever called into work. He's called in one singular time for his current job, and he was so sick, I don't even know how he made it to the bathroom with you, to be honest with you. Like, he usually be sick, he still gets up and goes, like, regardless. Might be a big baby about being sick. Whose husband or boyfriend is a giant baby when they're sick? And you're like, oh, you got a little headache? Oh, you do? Yeah? Oh, cool. Well, we have to be super mom and super wife even when we're sick. So, they're like, I'm going to die. And you're like, bro, you have a temperature of 99. Calm it down. Calm it down, sir. You got a little bellyache? Little bellyache. You'll survive. God damn it, you'll survive. All right, well, while we're waiting for this, there was quite a few things I noted this morning on Twitter. One of which is Aidan's attorney. I feel like the guy just always steps in it. Like, always fucking steps in it. He just cannot freaking help himself. Just can't. He literally cannot. He puts out this tweet, okay, that he thinks it's a bad look now if lawyers, carry a backpack instead of a briefcase. Like that's his thing that he thinks is a, quote, bad look. And if I quote the exact tweet here, it's, hold on. Let's see. I have it here because, of course, I had to, make a comment on it because it's just fucking wild to say such a thing. Like, I mean, I don't know who says such ridiculous shit. But, like, let's be fucking honest here, right? So he says, Monday morning observation from 100 Center Street. First of all, why the fuck do we need to know where you are? Why are you giving the address, weirdo? Nobody wants to go over there and ask for an autograph, all right? Chill the fuck out. Plus, you are one Bederow tall, Mr. Bederow. And so I might not see you down there. So he said, when did lawyers lugging around backpacks instead of carrying a briefcase, bag, or portfolio become a thing? It's a terrible look over a suit. I'm sorry, what? Are you going to tell everyone what a terrible or a bad look is? Sir, stop it. Stop it right now. So you guys know I had to, respond to that, right? Like, that needed a response. The lack of self-awareness in that department was staggering. So I had to respond to that. So my response to that was to sort of quote tweet it and just point out the fucking inevitable. Oh shit, Taki, what happened? Did it boot my account? God damn it. What the fuck? Oh, fuck's sake. Hold on. Find out what's going on here. Enter back in. It does that sometimes when there's too many people wanting to watch it too, which is weird. Weird. Well, we're waiting, right? We're waiting until they let us in. We're kind of just sitting and waiting. So anyway, my response to that ridiculous tweet of Mr. Bederow of saying it's a bad look for lawyers to carry a backpack instead of a briefcase is, number one, it's fucking 2026, buddy. Does it matter to me whether a lawyer carries a fucking heavy briefcase with one arm and hand or a backpack that distributes the weight? No, I don't. Also, I don't give a shit what they carry their files in as long as they're good at their job. I could give a fuck less if they wore a goddamn fanny pack. Right? Like, hold on, guys. Hold on. We got to figure out, why not? Hold on. I got to check public docket real quick. See, Mike, if this is correct. Happy Monday, my friend. And then I'll read you my response to fucking Mr. Bederow. Although I will tell you, again, it's 2026. As long as my attorney can do his job, I don't give a shit if he wears a fanny pack, a backpack, a fucking backwards hat. Like, I don't give a shit what he wears to carry documents in. I don't think first of all, they make like backpack sort of like file backpacks where like inside the backpack, it's like a filing system with like all these different pockets to put files in and things like that, documents and whatnot. And those can be very fucking helpful when you need to pull something out right away. And a briefcase, A, only carries so much, and B, is fucking heavy, dude. I mean, yes, that was great and all fucking 40 years ago. But it's 2026. So in 2026, do I care whether a lawyer carries a briefcase or a backpack for all their paperwork? No, not fucking really. Is it less professional to carry a backpack over a briefcase? I'm going to go with no. You know what I am going to say is less professional? Is when you put a fake medical condition in a court filing. Yeah, that definitely is unprofessional. It's also like punching the court in the face and then laughing. Like, ha, ha, ha. Like, ah, ha, ha, ha. Like, are we for fucking real right now? Like, sir, you want to know what else I think is a, quote, bad look? I think it's a bad look. Hold on. Something.
The job, I ran my record, and it's coming back as open, and they wouldn't give me the job, so I can't further my employment.
Shit.
And this is one of the reasons that I've asked for this. I've done everything the court has asked me to do.
No, it sounds like you've done a good job.
It had to do.
Listen.
Hold the fuck up. That's not Judge Crap. Is it? No, I don't think so. I can't see. I don't see it on the public schedule. It's now muted. Hold on. Criminal 1. Yeah, it's live.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was on the screen. I turned the volume down just due to the fact that this isn't Karen right now. They gave us 2 different stream numbers. This is the earlier stream number. They gave us another Zoom number. I'm monitoring them both. We're going back and forth. I'm also doing the Lindsay Clancy hearing right now. So there's a lot going on. I've got the sound off on purpose because this isn't Karen stuff. This is not Karen.
Okay. It is live, but he's echoing.
I can turn the sound on right now, but it's not Karen stuff.
And then we got Mr. Shannon. Come on up. Come on.
But we're watching all the different streams. I'm probably turn around right now, check my computer because I got another one going in the background. I don't know if you can see it. That's the Clancy stream on my broken computer with a broken screen. Can you see that in the background? Yeah, I think you can. So we're just waiting. We're waiting to see if we actually get to stream this today. They said we were. I don't know. Nothing's going on yet. Yeah, am I dizzy yet? I know. The worst thing is what you guys don't realize sometimes is we'll move a video off the screen.
Hold on.
You can't see it, but it's still running in the background in headphones. I got 3 things going on all the time. It's crazy.
Mike here.
This is not Karen stuff. It's somebody else. It looks like we're.
I agree with you, Claus. What I said. Mike is echoing and doubling
keep
up.
The sound on. Might as well. Fuck it. Not our fault. They can't get their shit together.
Frank Middleton, attorney Tim Repeller.
Good afternoon.
So we're waiting for the motion for Karen's phones and the search warrant phones thing. But Mike was echoing too, so I wanted to I texted him just to be like, hey, you're echoing and you're doubling up. Maybe one of your tabs is open and you're not muted on. I think he's trying to fix it now. I can see that he's looking at things, so I'm assuming he's trying to fix it now. But every time he talks, it doubles, so it tries to talk at the same time as him, doubling up, and I don't know why.
Broken screen on my old computer. Still works.
Can you guys hear that too? It's not just me that hears it doubling up, right?
I got 2 other computers. I got 3 computers now. I'm good.
It's not just me that's hearing that, right? I want to make sure it's not one of my own tabs. Maybe it is one of my own tabs. I don't know.
I'm going to drop off for a few minutes and check the other stream. I'll be back.
That's fine now. Judge looks like he's leaving the bench. See, the one thing I wasn't a huge fan of this judge for was his whole so it's a satire thing, right? Also, I'm pretty sure this is this judge here is the judge that allegedly, I'll say it that way, was already known to Mr. Bredel. And in my opinion, some shady shit happened there with Aidan's violation of a restraining order. He absolutely violated it. These literal cops and COs from the court literally testified that he did, and yet you still quote find it like in favor of him. It just made no sense at all. So you're what? Basically calling your own cops and CEOs liars, and the video and the pictures that are all there and verified as real, like those are all lies. It just didn't make any sense. And before that hearing, I had found out that him and Tim Bradel allegedly played golf together, which didn't shock me at all, given what happened after that, right? But that's a serious fucking problem. And I think part of the reason why Aidan's cases were ultimately moved out of Dedham, because there's too many conflicts there. Right? So that's a fucking problem. All right, let me pop back over to this, right? Until this is on here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up this here and pull this here. I wish I had 3 computers. I do not. Okay, so my response to Mr. Bederow in all of his grandiosity with his dumbass comments about
Yeah, but I don't want to break the rules. If I'm airing everybody else's court case without approval, the out-of-staters can do that. We can't. We follow the rules here. Sorry.
they can't.
We try to, anyways.
To my response of him saying it was, you know, it's basically, it's a terrible look to carry a backpack instead of a briefcase, was to tell him what a bad look really is, right? So my tweet, for those of you who don't have Twitter and didn't see it, obviously, this is what it says. I said, imagine, and I quote tweeted his tweet. If you don't know what a quote tweet is, it's basically retweeting that person's tweet and then writing a tweet above it. And it shows the tweet that you're responding to at the bottom. So that's what I did. And I said, imagine Attorney Mark Bederow, the man currently enduring an absolute masterclass in humiliation by his own client, logging onto this app.
I read it.
Oh, so I'm asking, well, that's the report, but
Hold on.
it appeared that with Judge Krupp.
Yeah, I think you gotta go in front of Judge Krupp on that, but I read it. I thought you'd be more impressed.
You thought who would be more impressed?
You, I read it.
Oh, okay. No, you read my stuff.
There you go. All right.
This isn't the first time.
Yeah. Mr. Krowski.
Good afternoon.
The beard is gone, kind of. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. So we'll talk about this part first, and then we'll talk about Mr. Spencer's individual issue. So it's on for pretrial hearing. Does everybody have all the discovery?
So I can speak. So there's 12 notices of discovery. Took the liberty last night to go through them all, and it's coming in piecemeal. I'm not blaming the Commonwealth. That's more my problem. And I offered to provide a terabyte flash drive today, but then my sister, I think, resent all the links today. So I might.
We're still waiting.
Attorney
So
Krowski.
annoying.
I thought that might have been part of it, but apparently not. You know, you got to just check in and out on it, really. All right, so again, we try to do this again. I said, imagine Attorney Mark Bederow, the man currently enduring an absolute masterclass of humiliation by his own client, nonetheless, right? Logging on to this app to tweet that lawyers carrying backpacks instead of briefcases is a bad look. Is that real life? So talk about cosmic, dude. Staggering lack of self-awareness. Let's talk about what a real bad look is, Mark. The ghetto mellow fiasco, right? Does everybody remember the fucking ghetto mellow fiasco? Anybody remember that? Aidan's fake sock account where he said a bunch of racist shit and trolled his own lawyers. Yeah, that happened. So I said the ghetto mellow fiasco. Imagine keeping a self-destructing client like Turtleboy, aka the sewer turtle, after he literally trolled you. his own attorney under a racist burner account using the N-word.
I'll be right back.
99.9% of reputable attorneys would have dropped a client that toxic and uncontrollable on the spot. But not Harold and his purple crayon. No, no, no. The Fame Chaser review. This isn't new behavior. Even before the Karen Reed case, Circus, a former client left a review warning the public that Bederow cares more about news cameras, social media clout, and smearing people than honoring his own client's explicit wishes to keep things out of the media. The spotlight is his true client, the mega motion joke. Imagine filing a bloated, repetitive motion that reads like an conspiracy folder.
If we could put that on for a brief call, if we could just address that at sidebar briefly.
I remember this. I think the first time I was rather dubious, but I will say he hasn't had any problems.
No.
I said the mega motion. Imagine filing a bloated, repetitive motion that reads like an internet conspiracy forum, only to include a fictional medical condition invented by your client called Turtleboy derangement syndrome. Slapping the court in the face with that nonsense is a generational fucking bad look. Basic procedure failures. Being scolded by a judge and told to stop writing improper, worthless letters to the court because you don't know how to file a standard fucking legal motion. It's a bad look. Terrible legal takes. Yeah. Publicly, confidently asserting that murder too requires specific intent in Massachusetts. Spoiler alert, it doesn't. Read a book, Mark. Jesus. Trashing the bench. Publicly running your mouth and criticizing the very judges handling your client's cases. What a bold strategy for someone pretending to be a legal mastermind. But sure, Mark, backpacks are the real crisis in the legal profession today. I give this tweet 1 point and 2 Bederow-sized stars for an unprecedented, historic lack of self-awareness. Keep packing that briefcase, Harold. Like, are we freaking for real right now on what's a good look or a bad look? Like, bad look. Don't put a fake medical condition in a motion to the court. Bad look. Your client does damage to his own case daily and never listens to counsel, but you keep him anyway, which most self-respecting attorneys wouldn't. The only reason you'd keep holding on to this guy is the publicity. Bad look. Like, bad luck. Just say it. Wild as fuck to say backpacks are bad. Those are bad luck, you know? That's the real bad luck. Backpacks. Backpack, 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 backpack. Did he load it up with knickknacks too? Let's see what we got inside for you. I don't think there's any mega motions that are gonna fail on their face. Yes, Judge Doolin, that's this guy here. Judge Krupp is the one who's supposed to be hearing this. Judge Doolin is this guy here. This is the problem that I had with this guy, was like his adjacent relationship with Timothy Bradel was very much a conflict, a huge conflict. And he's the one who was like, oh, so you're a satirist. Like, no, he's not a satirist, bud. So Judge Krupp is the judge we're supposed to be. Judge Krupp has dark hair. This is Judge Doolin. So I don't know where Judge Krupp is. He's the one who's supposed to be hearing this. I would hope that Judge Doolin is in. I think there's too much of a conflict for him to even talk about it. So I don't even know why. Or maybe he's leaving the bench now. I don't know. But Judge Doolin is this guy. Right? I have a backpack for my really old laptop. It still works. It's a little slow. But a long time ago, probably about a year ago, maybe even longer, one of my fantastic viewers bought me this laptop. It's a laptop backpack. And fun fact, inside is a spot for your laptop. And it straps in right in there. And then it has multiple. So yes, it has like a way to charge. Oh, this is like some sort of charging port I have never actually figured out, like, if I need to, obviously, I think this thing needs to be charged itself in order to, like, charge anything, but I've never used that part of it. But I think if you charge that part up, it in fact charges your laptop too while you're needing to use it. But this backpack distributes the weight on my back when I need it, especially with my laptop. And nowadays, most attorneys do have a laptop or an iPad or something similar. Back in the day, they didn't have those. So a briefcase might have made sense then, but carrying around a iPad or a laptop just flopping around inside a briefcase, like, not ideal. Not fucking ideal. It's 2026, Mark. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. But Judge Julian's back up there. What is happening, bro? It's supposed to be Judge Krupp. Like, is Judge Krupp is he doing something else, I'm guessing? I'm confused as to why Judge Julian's up there. And not Krupp. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's a clerk. Like, listen, guys, we just want to, like, hear it. We want to know what's going on. Can you just give us the fucking hearing, for Christ's sakes? For Christ's sakes. Like, come on. Come on. So Ted Daniels is there, it looks like. Ah, okay. So Ted Daniels says that they're in there where Judge Julian is. It says, good afternoon. This was 6 minutes ago. Good afternoon from Judge Julian's courtroom at Norfolk Superior in Dedham. Karen Reed is here with Alan Jackson and Ben Urbelis as they continue to seek the return of 2 phones seized from Reed 2.5 years ago as part of a witness intimidation investigation. Jackson is expected to seek the recusal of Special Prosecutor Robert Cosgrove, alleging a conflict of interest with Perseus. Grandstanding! Interesting. So apparently, okay.
And Kevin Reddington behind my shoulder over here. We're still waiting to see when Karen is going to be called. We've muted the audio.
Search warrant
Here we go.
in the case of Commonwealth of Karen Reed.
Here we go. Yeah, where's Krupp though? What? Where's Krupp? This was a Krupp thing, not a Doolin thing. Confused again.
Good morning, Your Honor. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Robert Cosgrove for the Commonwealth. Good morning.
You got a phone, you got to take it outside the courtroom, please. Hi, Mr. Cosgrove. Hi, Mr. Urbelis. How are you?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Ben Urbelis for Ms. Reed.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed's interests.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Evan Wolk on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Okay. Good afternoon. Let me just talk you up and sidebar just for a second.
Sidebar already. Cosgrove, because he represents the Commonwealth. And right now, the Commonwealth, I think, is trying to hold on to her phones. They are investigating witness intimidation. And so I think that's the argument, really. And apparently Jackson wants to argue there's a conflict of interest and Cosgrove needs to recuse and blah, 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 blah. I think that's a stretch. No, for Karen's phones, or for her phones. But the Commonwealth has said we have an ongoing investigation. Basically, they have a concern that things could be deleted, altered, gotten rid of. And so that's why they've had them this long. Thank you, Rose. Appreciate you, my friend. Also, I haven't even bothered with this yet. We're 38 minutes in. I'm not good at remembering in the beginning of the stream, and that's really when you're supposed to. I just can't. I can't always remember.
Mr. Jackson, the floor is yours. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the time and the court accommodating us this morning or this afternoon, I should say, for the purpose of talking about what we filed. I'm going to try not to be repetitive, but I do want to address in no small part, the opposition that the Commonwealth has filed. And really, our motion comes down to a single promise and a single breach of that promise. The promise was independence. That's how we got here. Mr. Cosgrove was appointed on the promise of complete independence from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And on February 19th, in this courtroom, the special prosecutor, I think, slipped and admitted in his own words that the promise had been broken.
No, he didn't. That never happened. Oh, here we go.
Is an effort to sort of talk past that fact. And I want to address that in no small part in some order. And I want to start with the standing issue. That's where the Commonwealth leads in their opposition, and I want to lead in my response to that opposition. The Commonwealth's lead argument is basically the conflict, in as much as it might exist, it belongs to Aidan Kearney, not to Karen Reed. It's a clever argument. I can hand it to Mr. Cosgrove for leading with that because it is clever, but it's also wrong. The warrant doesn't exist in the abstract. It exists because the Commonwealth has advanced a theory, a stated theory on the record, that basically Karen Reed potentially engaged in some sort of witness intimidation. That's the foundation for what the Commonwealth has suggested precipitated the warrant in the first place. And it's on the strength of that, what we believe is a very flawed and a false theory. They went to a judge of the court and they said, we need a warrant naming her, Karen Reed, and they seized her phones. And today, in this moment, the special prosecutor is actively litigating to keep her phone away from her, out of her possession. So in terms of standing, when the Commonwealth stands up and says Karen Reed is basically a stranger to this conflict, she has no standing, this is Aidan Kearney's conflict, that's simply not true. I'd ask the court to inquire a few questions of Mr. Cosgrove. Whose phone is it that's at issue? Whose name is on the warrant? Whose privacy is on that device? That's not Karen Reed borrowing Mr. Kearney's grievance. That's Karen Reed asserting in the most direct way that she possibly can her own interests that the law recognizes. The interest in her property, which the government seized and is improperly holding. The legal standards and why we're here. Let's be clear about what the governing law is at the outset, because the entire Commonwealth's opposition depends on the court and in hopes of the court applying the wrong legal standard, which I'm sure it is not want to do. The right one is in place. When the right one is in place, the entire argument by the Commonwealth falters. The rule for prosecutorial disqualification, and I say that with an emphasis on the word prosecutorial because I'm going to get to a point that Mr. Cosgrove cites in his moving papers that is incorrect citation and incorrect application of the law. The rule for prosecutorial disqualification in this Commonwealth is told to us by a couple of cases that we cited in our moving papers and the court has in front of it, PISA and Ellis. And it's not ambiguous in the least. PISA versus PISA versus Commonwealth deals with prosecutorial conflicts of interest that are treated with absolute strictness. And the words matter. No showing of prejudice is necessary by Ms. Reed at all. The court does not weigh whether actual harm resulted. It does not weigh whether actual prejudice exists. We don't have to show any of that. The law does not ask whether the conflicted party, in fact, changed any outcome. We don't have to show that. And Ellis completes that rule by saying that a prosecutor's discretionary choices have to be, and this is the important part of that language, completely and utterly unaffected by any private interest in fact or, and this is the big whopper, in appearance. It's those two words that I want to focus on for a quick second. In appearance. That phrase is the whole case. The law does not ask whether the special prosecutor, whether Mr. Cosgrove was actually influenced by Mr. Morrissey or anybody else in the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Are we really arguing now with no evidence? Come on.
Whether the public looking at this arrangement can have utter confidence that he was not in any way influenced by the DA's office. In other words, the law asks a very, very clean question, Judge Doolin, and the answer is very clearly as clean.
I mean, maybe.
No.
I mean, this is kind of a ridiculous argument. I don't know what
the court to just hold
what he's essentially arguing, to be honest.
In the back of its mind for a second as I talk about the next point of the argument, which is the actual indication, the evidence of the breach of that promise. And this is because of the facts of the case. There is a breach because of the facts, and the facts are not very friendly to Mr. Cosgrove's position.
Oh my, here we go.
And they're also not in dispute.
Cool, give us, don't give us the facts, give us evidence.
Mouth. On February 19th,
tried to twist his
from
words.
the podium, Attorney Cosgrove told the court that he would basically sit down with the district attorney's office. He was going to go through all of their options. They would weigh the pros and cons of all their options and discuss those pros and cons.
It's about money, dude. The district attorney's office
in due course
delegates the money to pay for those things. Like, come on, dude. Are you fucking that dense?
I'd like to take some time to look at Judge Krupp's decision and to meet with the district attorney's office, Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
That's not
I intend to do that within a week or so and discuss with them our various options. And we are going to give, going to give the cell phone back? Are we going to move for reconsideration? Are we going to file a notice of appeal? And when I've done that,
they had other interests.
I'll get back to you as soon as possible.
They have to do that. So, right? Like, that's not proving that they work with, that's not a thing. Like, he's arguing.
Pronouns used in that phraseology, in that paragraph, are not of insignificance.
He's trying to twist his words. And what he meant. And what pertained to.
Our in those sentences. Obviously.
Come on, stop it, dude.
In perfect context. It's Mr. Cosgrove.
I can't. Is this all you're going to argue?
In an unscripted and what I would consider to be a pretty unguarded moment, Mr. Cosgrove betrayed exactly what's going on here and who's really prosecuting this case. And I put prosecuting in quotation marks, but who's advancing or forwarding this case against in terms of the search warrant against Miss Reed. He isn't investigating Miss Reed.
I appreciate you.
They are investigating Miss Reed. He isn't holding her phone. They are holding her phone. And he said the quiet part out loud. They're improperly holding the phone together because they're coordinating together. And those are his words.
Is he all right, dude? Like, he has to confer with them. If they had an interest in an open investigation, dumbass.
Independently make any decision in front of the court what to do about Judge Krupp's very unequivocal order to return Miss Reed's phone, unless and until he met with the district attorney's office.
Well, that's
he explained on the record what needed to happen before he could make that decision. And I'll just repeat it very quickly. Are we going to give Miss Reed's cell phone back? Well, the unanswered part of that question is, I can't make that decision, Judge, without speaking to the DA's office to find out what they want to do. Number two, are we going to move for reconsideration? Who's we? Him and then the district attorney's office.
Him and who's helping him, dumbass? No, you're assuming.
The unspoken answer to that question is, I don't know. I got to check with the DA. The third question he posed.
The unspoken
are we going to file a notice of appeal?
Answer. I can't.
Again, the unspoken answer was, I can't decide that, Judge, not today, because I need to first sit down with the DA's office and figure out what our various options are. It couldn't be any clearer. This is with the
twisting the
completely
context
walled off
of what it
Norfolk
was about.
District Attorney's office, the
Come on.
conflicted office, the office headed by an alleged, a self-described victim of Ms. Reed, Mr. Michael Morrissey. He was the authority Mr. Cosgrove admitted he needed to go to before he could make any other decisions. And there's no other way to read his words. The fact is, he was not authorized, obviously not authorized to make any strategic decisions about Ms. Reed and her phones until he got prior approval from the very office that was the subject of the conflict. And that's the problem. It's not a good look for the DA's office. It's not a good look for the Commonwealth. It's not a good look for Mr. Cosgrove. And appearance, when I use those words guardedly, it's not a good look because appearance means everything in this case. As we'll
does
see.
it? Interesting to say that, sir.
So
Appearance
Mr.
means
Cosgrove, in his
everything.
moving papers, he sees the problem, obviously. He's a very intelligent gentleman, a very good lawyer. He sees the problem in the accidental admission, and so he tries for an escape route.
Oh, my
His
God.
claim now is, no, I was just notifying, I was indicating that I would notify the DA's office.
Well, he
about
has
what
to
I
in case they have an
intended to do.
investigation.
Except, Judge, that's not what he said.
Oh,
He
my
said I can't decide until I meet with him and we
Because if they
discuss
have an ongoing
our
investigation,
various options.
you have to let them know,
That
like,
doesn't
hey,
sound
this
like
is what I'm
informing anybody
doing.
of anything.
Do you have
Certainly
an
doesn't
open
sound like informing
investigation
anybody
that
of
would
the decision
hurt,
that's
that I would
already been made. I
hurt by
think the
doing
court would
that?
agree with that.
It's called
Rather, it sounds
conferring.
like a
You can do that.
conversation inviting everybody to weigh in. Everybody
Stop
is
it.
invited to the table. Let's talk about strategy. Then, Judge, I'll get back to you.
Oh, my, that's not what he said.
Mr. Cosgrove actually showed us what's really going on behind the closed doors.
Oh, for
that
fuck's
we
sake.
suspected all along. So who's really advancing this case? Maya Angelou once said, when someone
he
shows you
didn't.
who they really are, believe them the first time.
Right.
That
Well,
is
you
a
should believe
poignant
him.
and pointed statement that I refer the court to, just to say, if someone says something in an unguarded moment, you got
Like
to
you have.
put some stock into it. You got to
Oh,
believe
okay.
it.
What are you looking to disqualify Mr. Cosgrove from?
Based on-
Any involvement in the Reed cell phone issue?
Yes.
Or also, I mean, you shouldn't, do you believe that you have standing in the case
Nope.
of Commonwealth versus Adam
Nope.
So
Kearney?
Nope.
that's a very good question, and I wrote in my notes. The judge is
Nope.
going to ask you, what do you want me to disqualify him
That
from?
was pretty good.
That is the question. It really is, Judge. Yes. In answer to your question pointedly, he should not, Mr. Cosgrove, and like I said, seems like a kind
That's
gentleman,
the
very good
game
lawyer,
here.
but he
Stop it.
cannot advance the case having anything to do
Of
with
course he
fairness.
can.
Why? Because the investigation, as it is, for whatever that investigation is, the only insight I have, the only crystal ball I can rub, has something to do with this search warrant. So
Okay.
he should have nothing to do with advancing the search warrant. He should be removed altogether because the DA's office is removed altogether. And if, in fact, to answer the
What?
next question the court might have, if in
That
fact
doesn't-
there's another special prosecutor,
He just
that would
called
be
him
assigned
Adam.
to this case, God forbid, to
Adam.
complicate matters more,
Mr.
that
Adam Kearney.
person should have no communication, no contact with Mr. Cosgrove, nor the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And who should appoint that person?
Right. The DA's
That's the
office does that.
$64,000 question, Judge.
Dumbass.
I don't believe that person can be appointed. I believe that
This is
has
not-
run its course.
No,
And that
that's not how it
the
works.
District
Like, this
Attorney's
isn't
Office
California.
was supposed to do what it wished to do by hiring an independent special prosecutor. Unfortunately, that independence was magnificently breached, not in a small way, in a big way, in the biggest of ways. And so I think the District Attorney's Office is not in a position to say, okay, well, I'll do it again. I'll take
that's
a mulligan on
rule
the first one. and I'll
here
do
in
it again and appoint a
Massachusetts.
second special prosecutor. That search warrant should be
That's
dead
the rule.
on arrival because Judge
Of course.
Krupp said the phone has to be returned.
Okay.
The only reason that Mr. Cosgrove is even following this thread, pulling this thread, is in no small part. As a matter of fact, I would say it's in almost total part because the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office did not want that phone returned.
Okay, let me
What?
call upon Mr. Cosgrove.
Of course.
Why don't we let Mr.
Yeah.
Cosgrove
Mr.
speak
Cosgrove.
and say
go
how
right ahead,
ridiculous
sir.
that is? Yeah, they probably are at this point. So absurd. The DA's office is the ones who appoint special counsel in the state of Massachusetts. This isn't California. That's who appoints them. That's the rule. Sorry to tell you.
Let me begin where Mr. Jackson
I called him Adam.
began with the discussion of standing. And Mr. Jackson made a wonderful argument that his client has standing to litigate the possession of her telephone. He made a terrific argument that she has standing to challenge the search warrant, but I heard no argument as to what standing she has to raise the alleged conflict of independent counsel, because there is no conflict.
None.
Obviously, as I pointed out before, the district attorney just went through 2 trials with Ms. Reed. They were not conducted by a special prosecutor with one exception of the special prosecutor for the second trial, Mr. Brennan, who worked hand in glove with the personnel from the DA's office. So it seems to me, Your Honor, that Ms. Reed has no standing because there is no conflict. Even if I were consulting with the DA's office on my every move, which I am not, I don't see that there would be a problem. I have yet to hear.
And they did the case.
What Mr. Morrissey's personal interest or conflict is in this
doesn't
case.
Have any. He sucks, but he doesn't have personal interest.
In the papers that were filed that he was a victim. And I heard Mr. Jackson describe him as a self-described victim. I can use the word describe twice in one sentence. I don't know when or where or if he actually made that statement or what the context was, but certainly there has been no indictment that I am aware of or charge or whatever listing Mr. Morrissey as a victim in any way.
Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist.
I have to say that as I listened to Mr. Jackson recharacterize my comments,
that's what he did, recharacterize, mischaracterize.
I can't make that decision. I can't decide that. They do seem quite damning. The only problem is those aren't the comments that I made. I made the comments that I made. They're a matter of record. They were quoted in the initial filing. They were quoted in my filing. I submitted an affidavit explaining what actually happened. Credibility of that affidavit is, of course, for Your Honor, and I'm not going to argue it. I will only say about Pisa and Ellis.
I went over that yesterday.
If Your Honor looks at the facts of those two cases, they are totally divorced from anything that's before Your Honor today.
What was the issue with Ellis? I just read Pisa when
you just call him Alex.
Jackson quoted it.
Who's Alex?
What was the issue on Ellis, the recusal?
Alice.
If I remember it correctly, Your Honor, it's been a while since I've read it. It had to do with some illegal behavior by police officers that the district attorney was involved with. But I apologize.
That has nothing to do with anything.
For not being more on top of it, but I will take a look at it, and if you wish, files.
I'll read the case, but I was just curious.
I do want to comment on Mr. Jackson's response to Your Honor's question, which he apparently was well prepared for and anticipated. Are you asking me to disqualify Mr. Cosgrove on the Kearney case or just on this matter? And I think the correct answer, Your Honor, is it really doesn't make any difference, because if Your Honor finds that I have an ethical conflict of interest and can't serve in this case. I think that
He thinks that it'll
counsel
help
for
affect
Mr.
the other
Kearney will
ones.
be in court tomorrow morning,
Yep.
waiving your decision, saying the Commonwealth has had a full and fair chance to argue the situation, and it should be
Of course he
applied
is.
res judicata. So I think that's
Yep.
going to be the bottom line, one way or the other.
That's what they were trying to do.
Right.
That's what they were trying to do. What
Finally,
Jackson's
Your
trying to do.
I'd like to comment on the credibility of the other side in this case.
Yep.
My attention was recently given to a video recording of the March 18th, 2025 second trial of Karen Reed. And I observed the video on the internet. Therein, a justice of this court made the following oral findings, and I'm going to quote them.
Judge Cannoni.
And I'll submit an affidavit
Do it.
upon the completion of doing so, because I'm going to skip over a lot of factual details that aren't particularly relevant here. In open court, Judge Cannoni said, based on all the evidence, I conclude that the candor required by all lawyers has not been demonstrated here. I find there have been repeated misrepresentations made to the court by defense counsel, and I conclude that they were deliberate. They were made in sidebar, in open court, and in pleadings.
Yeah.
And after going through some of the details, she says, I find that there was a material misrepresentation and that it was deliberate.
I remember that.
Candor with the court is as essential as the bedrock obligation of all lawyers who appear in this court and all courts in Massachusetts. Those comments were made with respect to Mr. Jackson and the colleagues from his firm who filed the motion and affidavit and did the oral argument before the court today. And I would ask the court to consider that finding with respect to the credibility of the defense findings.
Yep.
And
I would too.
I will close with the words of Mr. Jackson. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. I'll submit this to the court, and I have a copy for you.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Sure.
Oh, shit. Oh, God.
Yeah, just grab me the book.
All right. Mr. Jackson, I take it by the fact that you've risen that you wish to respond to something.
I would like very briefly
No, go ahead.
to speak to a couple of issues. I find it rich that a member of the bar who doesn't like what his own facts represent decides to take a personal shot at opposing counsel.
Personal shot?
I think that's beneath Mr. Cosgrove's dignity. It's certainly beneath the court's dignity.
Sir.
The court doesn't have any idea.
Does he forget what he just did?
In the courtroom along with Judge
Give him amnesia?
What the circumstances of those comments were. And certainly Mr. Cosgrove has absolutely equally no idea what those comments were.
Well,
and
I do.
It's offensive.
It was right.
Also is very telling. It's extraordinarily transparent. If you don't have the facts on your side, then you argue the law. If you don't have the law on your side, then you argue the facts. And if you don't have the law on your side or the facts on your side, just attack opposing counsel.
I thought you were supposed to bang the table.
I think so. Exactly.
That was what it was.
Try to make it as loud as you can. And
Yeah.
so
That was the old saying, anyway.
Yes, exactly. And I think everybody in the courtroom can see that. It's a little bit of an act of
Just
desperation.
roasted him and he
I
didn't realize
appreciate the cleverness and the desperation that Mr. Cosgrove shows, but it is of no legal moment for why we're here today. So no, to answer the court, once again, I am not suggesting I take no position on Mr. Cosgrove's further investigation or prosecution as it relates to Aidan Kearney. That is not my position. He is not my client. But what I am concerned with is his position in terms of the search warrant and any further investigation into Karen Reed. And I find it almost nearly shocking, if I can use that
please.
word, that Mr. Cosgrove would stand up and say, there's no conflict.
There isn't.
Go right ahead.
There is no
Even
no
were
conflict.
I to consistently consult with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, that would represent no harm. There's no big deal. Your Honor, if it was no big deal that he consults with the conflicted Norfolk County District Attorney's Office
They're not
over the issues
though,
attendant
or it'd be
to
out.
witness intimidation that is focused on Aidan Kearney and concomitantly focused on Karen Reed because of what he says may have been an agreement between and among them, then the question is begged, why was he ever appointed in the first place?
Oh my
There's
God.
no issue with conflict. Why was he appointed? Why is he getting paid
To deal with
taxpayer
Aidan.
dollars? He was
That's
appointed because Mr. Morrissey recognized that there was a potential conflict because Mr. Morrissey is a titular victim, a potential victim of the very allegations he's investigating.
Where is he a victim anywhere?
Cosgrove
Like Morrissey, that's not a thing.
proverbially in bed and has been with the district attorney's office. That's the issue that we've got. And Mr. Cosgrove's affidavit is equally flawed as his reasoning on that argument. His affidavit does not cure the problem. His affidavit is the problem. Consider what it actually offers. It's a sworn assurance from the very person whose assurance of independence is in question by his own words.
No.
The court doesn't have to find, and I'm gonna.
You can't mischaracterize what someone said.
Step up a little bit.
You can't do that.
The
and make up a
attacks
reason.
and invectives. I don't think they're appropriate in the courtroom.
It's not appropriate.
And I'm not going to lower myself to engaging in those. The court doesn't have to find, at the end of the day, that there was actual prejudice or that there is actual prejudice against Ms. Reed or her interests. The court does not have to find that there's actual bad faith on the part of Mr. Cosgrove. Neither does the court, or neither does the law, require that the court find that anyone lied or anybody was mendacious.
They did.
I'm not suggesting that.
The court did find out about you.
Or that he, in fact, made any decision that was, on its face, corrupt or conflicted.
What?
The court doesn't have to find any of that. The law is very clear, Judge, and that's why we're standing before you. It requires one thing. It requires independence in fact and in appearance, and that has been breached. By his own words,
nope.
The special prosecutor, Mr. Cosgrove, has indicated that the appearance of independence is gone. And for those reasons, the only remedy as it pertains to Ms. Reed's interest is to disqualify him from any further contact or connection with the search warrant and any investigation related to witness intimidation. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. I'll take it under advisement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time.
This judge is always under advisement. That shit's annoying.
I think that's it. All right.
Always under advisement with that judge. Always. Oh, it's under advisement. We're going to have it under advisement. Always with the fucking under advisement. He has till the end of the day. Okay? So I don't know, because he has till the end of the day to file that in Plymouth. I have it on my board here, because now I got a whiteboard. But he has till the end of the day. Usually they give till the end of the day. So I don't, or maybe it's 3. Let me check. Hold on. Maybe it was 3. I'll tell you this much. What happened was, and I remember all those hearings. I watched all of them. I streamed all of them. But you cannot actively mischaracterize what an attorney is talking about in its context to make an argument. You can't do that. I know it is. Like you cannot freaking do that, dude. That is a serious lack of candor to the court, which is part of the reason why Judge Kearney did find Reed's team had a lack of candor to the court, that they lied to the court in pleadings, at sidebars, in front of the public, right? And that it was deliberate, on purpose. They did it consciously, on purpose, lying to the court. Huge lack of candor. The judge absolutely found that. That's a problem. You can't mischaracterize. Unfortunately, Jackson has a history of mischaracterizing what someone else is talking about and spinning it, kind of like Aidan does. You can't do that. Because what the judge is going to do is go back, look at the transcripts, look about what Cosgrove was talking about in that aspect. The DA's office did 2 trials with Karen, right? They had full control over her cases. So yes, in fact, Cosgrove conferring with the DA's office about if there's anything that like he's going to do that's going to like affect their cases, like he has a right to do that in the same way that a judge would want 2 sides to confer to work out an issue, right? He has the right to call and be like, hey, this is what I'm going to do with this case. Is there any, like, are you going to, like, is there any problem with that? Like, are you guys looking to like hold on to them for a different reason, or you're going to file a motion and then this is purposeless? Or like, you have a right to do that, right? What you don't have a right to do is the DA's office decide everything for you all the time and you constantly, you know, talk to them about your decision making. Your decision making is independent of them, but you have the right to confer to make sure that you're not fucking up their cases or investigations or anything of the sort going forward. The problem with her phones in this stuff is it pertains to Aidan's case, which he is the special prosecutor on, but it also pertains to an investigation that the DA's office and the police are already doing for witness intimidation on both of them. So it's a 2 to 3 parter here, right? Which is, it affects the DA's office and the investigation, and it affects Aidan's cases, right? Correctly, Cosgrove would confer with the DA's office. And so, of course, when Doolin asked Jackson, well, then who would give a new special prosecutor if that was the case and he was disqualified? Well, no one, says Jackson. No one would do that. They can't possibly be independent. Yeah, see, the problem is this is not California. And in the state of Massachusetts, an independent, a special counsel, right? An independent investigator, a special counsel is appointed by that DA's office. That's the rule. That's who appoints them, right? That's the literal rule. So where exactly would it get appointed from was the judge's point. That's why the judge was like, okay, well, who would appoint it, right? Like, the rule is the DA's office are the ones who appoint it, right? That's who appoints a special counsel. Like, that's the whole fucking way it's done. So no, there wouldn't be a like, oh, no one can, Your Honor. We just think no one should at all. Like, that's just not the way it works. It's not realistic. It's definitely not legally how the way it works here in Massachusetts. I don't know how they do it in California, but that's not the way how we do it here. And so it's like, again, let's be honest, right? You can like Karen Reed, you can like her cases, you can want her to have her phone back, but you have to recognize when an attorney is playing games. I covered all those hearings. I remember what Cosgrove said and in what context it was said in. At no time did he say, all my decisions go through the DA. His point was that they had open, active investigations. I have my own case that I'm a special prosecutor of. It affects multiple parts here, so I need to confer with them to make sure that they're not filing a motion for something, that they're not, you know what I mean, that I'm not going to affect their ongoing criminal investigations in any way, right? Like in any of those things. Hello, darling. Hello. Oh, seeing some of you pop in just made my heart happy. I've just had a shitty fucking week and just a shitty day today. So I love that I could get some smiles and laughs out of you guys. But my point is even if you're free Karen Reed, you have to start being unbiased when it comes to things. If an attorney has a lack of candor to the court and is mischaracterizing things, like, we need to call those things out. If, in fact, the attorneys for the witnesses did that, I'd be like, whoa, hold on, that's not what the other side said exactly. Like, that's not the context it was in. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen that happen yet, right? We have a serious problem. We have a serious problem if you have a lawyer actively mischaracterizing and spinning what someone said for their own benefit, especially when there are transcripts that the judge can pull to read what it was about, right? All of that exists, and all of them are recorded, so the judge could even watch the full recording back. That is a lack of candor. That is a lack of candor. That is rules of professional conduct, which is why Cannoni found such a big problem with it, because you cannot take innuendo, speculation, make up a reason why you think this is a problem, and and make up a reason and context for something and completely spin it. And I'll use this, as I do every time, as an example. If I send a message to one of you in a text message, and it is a picture of a shovel and a rope, and I say, thank you. And then you decide you're going to go tell people that I used that shovel and rope to kill someone, when in fact, the next message I sent you was a picture of my new flower beds and me tying the rope on a pole there to hold some of my plants up. But you decided you were only going to show them a picture of the rope and the shovel and tell everyone that what I intended and what I did with that was kill someone, right? That right there is spinning a narrative. That is taking something and mischaracterizing what it actually is, right? And making it what I want to be. You can't do that in a court of law. That is lack of candor in the court, okay? A judge has already found that her team engaged in exactly those things, lack of candor to the court purposefully, in pleadings, in person, at sidebar even, right? Because again, what did she do? She went back and read through the transcripts, and also she was the judge, so she remembers what the arguments were, right? So when you're making these repeated mischaracterizations of things and making shit up, like, that's a fucking problem. You can't do that, bro. You cannot say the reason that he said this is because of this, right? That, when that's not true, right? Anybody can go back and watch it. That's not what he said at all. And I think it's harder for people who don't know the law, who don't know how procedure works, what's allowed, what's not allowed, how intricate things go through the DA's office when it comes to like investigations or ongoing investigations. People don't realize that stuff, right? And so it's hard when people don't realize that stuff because they just make these wild assumptions on what it's for, and then they go with whatever someone else said. So if someone else goes, oh yeah, that's it, he's biased and he needs to be thrown, then 700 other people just repeat and recycle that without ever really doing a second of research or trying to figure out what is actually going on and why, right? You cannot sit there and have a lack of candor to the court, right? The play here would be try to get Cosgrove thrown off of Karen's, and then it would get thrown off of Aidan's, and then so on and so forth, right? Like, this is about phones. I highly doubt, and I'm not a fan of Judge Doolin's, not by a fucking long shot. I think he has some conflicts of his own. But I do not think that Judge Doolin is going to take Cosgrove off, right? Because Cosgrove filed an affidavit, right? You can go back and look at the transcripts. You can watch the hearing yourself. You can know, unlike California, Massachusetts, right? The DA's office that's in charge is the one who appoints the special counsel. That's how it works here. That's how it works in this state, right? That's how it works. So whether Jackson wants it to work that way or not, that's in fact how it works. It doesn't matter what he wants, you know? Well, that's the thing. Either search them or don't fucking search them. Like, do something with them. You know what I mean? Like, Judge Doolin always takes everything under, he's going to take it under consideration and then wait. But sometimes he'll give a really fast response, and sometimes he'll give a really slow fucking response. So it's like, you never know when you're going to know either, with him. Do I think he's going to remove Cosgrove? No, I do not. I absolutely do not. I think that was absolutely the correct thing to do. But then I have a problem with Jackson being like, well, I'm not going to take personal shots. I'm not going to lower myself. You just did. You already did that. Do you forget that people have ears and eyes? We just watched it. We just heard it. Like, why are we pretending you didn't just do what you just did? I don't get it. Like, that's the level of spinning that Aidan does. And it's like, it's not a good look. It's not a good look in court. I remember I cover all those hearings. I've covered all of those hearings, right? Including today's, right? I've covered all of them. So it's like, come on, man. Like, let's be honest here when we're dealing with things. Like, they need to decide what the fuck they're doing with the phones too. Like, either fucking use them for the investigation and try to get a warrant for them, or don't. Like, do something with them, right? Like, do something with them. I don't know. Like, it's not that fucking hard. Like, let's figure out listen, I'm not a fan of Morrissey. I'll never be a fan of Morrissey from my own experiences, okay? From my own experiences with him, I am not a fan of his. But he has no personal vested interest in really any of it at all. He's not connected to anyone. He doesn't, you know what I mean? Like he's going to win or lose depending on any of this, right? He's not going to be DA, like, so, I mean, calling him a victim or a perceived, like, he's not a victim in anything. He's never claimed to be a victim of anything. Like, I think that was a weird take, especially if there's zero evidence to support that. To put that in a filing is kind of weird. I don't know. Again, kind of goes back to, like, putting shit in fucking filings, like turtle derangement syndrome, which simply, again, candor to the court, bro. Making up a fucking medical condition and then throwing it in a fucking filing like Mark Bederow did is just wild as fuck. So it looks like, yeah, so no, there's 2 tomorrow. So we'll be here early, okay? Just so everyone knows already, this is going to be a long week for me, for hearings, like for everyone, okay? So tomorrow, right? We have 2 hearings, one at 10 a.m. with Judge Gilday and another at 3 p.m. in the federal court in Boston with Judge Casper. So we'll be here early tomorrow, probably 9:30, to cover the 10 a.m. hearing, and then we'll be here throughout the 3 p.m. hearing. So it's going to be a long day tomorrow because there's multiple hearings happening just tomorrow alone. Then we have a sort of skip day on Wednesday where there's no hearings yet, unless someone schedules one in the meantime, right? And then Thursday, they have an anti-SLAPP hearing. And then Monday, next Monday, is Aidan's mega motion, his mega flop on your face motion. And that's next Monday. So yeah, there's 2 hearings tomorrow, 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. at 2 different courthouses. We'll cover them both as we always do. But it's going to be a long fucking week. It's going to be a long week. I'll tell you that much. Also, hold on, let me see it. I think it's 3 p.m. he had until. No, the 1-page comments by both sides are due by 3 p.m. today from Judge Gilday. I'm going to check the docket in a second and see if it hit the docket yet. But the judge said that they may submit 1 page by 3 o'clock. Written comments, 1 page and no more, on his proposed privacy order limiting use and dissemination of deposition materials and private personal medical information. And then Aidan today had his subpoena deadline is today, the 13th. By the end of the day, he has to comply with this supplemental keeper of record subpoena, or not. And I guess we'll find out if he does or he doesn't, I mean, they're trying to do all sorts of wild shit that just doesn't even legally make sense. I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Weird. Fucking weird, if you ask me, okay? Weird. Hold on. Let's, real quick. I know. Imagine. Like, come on, dude. Like, let's not and say we did, like, okay. Whoa, what the fuck is this? Okay. I'm trying, my friend. It's just going to be a long freaking week. I just have a lot going on in general, and sometimes it just feels like it's never ending. I feel like when it rains, it fucking pours, my friends. When it rains, it fucking pours. Thank you, Lorelai. Sends $5 and says, another manic Monday. Yes, it is, my friends. Yes, it is. I haven't even gotten to the whole, if you can do anything. Oh, no. That's okay. You can stalk me. No, hospital. I am glad you're better today, my friend. You let me know if you need anything that I can help with. I felt like shit last night. I had like a stomach ache. I didn't eat dinner. So I'm not going to lie. I'm probably a little hangry right now. I didn't do breakfast this morning. I had some crackers. And now I'm hangry and starving. But I've just had just a long week. I got a lot of stuff going on with family, with medical, just in general. And it's just been one of those fucking weeks, you know? It's one of those fucking weeks. One of those mornings in general, you know? One of those mornings. All right. So, hold on a second. I got to pull up the docket and see if the one page whatchamajiggets have hit the docket yet from each side. My hair is just like crazy today. I am in my like bun, don't care. I think that's it too. Like I feel like it's just like the stress is exhausting me. Like I am so fucking. I also have POTS and chronic fatigue, so that definitely doesn't help. But like I just feel like I am extra fucking tired, and my hair is just like crazy right now. I mean, my hair never kind of like does what I want it to do, but even pulling it up in a bun, I have all these like crazy baby hairs that drive me nuts that I can't stand. I have them like here and right up here, and they drive me bonkers. And then the back, little baby hairs in the back that always pop out, which drive me absolutely bonkers. Messy hair, don't care, I guess. I don't know. I feel like, yes, stress is exhausting me in some ways, shapes, and forms, my friends. But that's okay. I shall get through it. Great. I just love you so much. Sends $100. You're the best. Thank you so much. And says, for arguing with Southern religious women, wish me luck. I wish you luck. I wish you luck with it. That's, yeah. I wouldn't mind living down south where you live, though. I feel like I would actually love that. You know? I wish. Hold on one second, you guys. All right. I just have like incoming information just going wild. It's like every day, all day, and then I have to sort through like certain things before I can talk about certain things. And I'll tell you this much: even on vacation, Aidan's not having such a good time, you know, and that's on him. He, you know, he has to take responsibility for things, and then that responsibility comes back to him. All right. Sorry, my literal phone is like, I feel like every live stream's like this, you know? I'm in the fight of my life. Can I help in any way? Can I help in any way? I'm a woman. I can help in those arguments, you know? I'll never forget my husband giving my sister's fiance advice when they had their first child, my nephew, who's autistic. And I forget the question that he asked my husband specifically, but my husband was like, dude, especially with the women in this family, I will teach you some very good things. Advice for you. This will help you a lot, okay? He said, first rule, shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Second rule, also shut the fuck up. And third rule, shut the fuck up, and she's always right. All you need to know. And I was dead. I was like, I cannot. Like, I really just can't. He didn't just say, I was like, dead. Like, just dead. He beat the hell out of me. You better start buying gifts now, my friend. Start ordering flowers and vacations and all the good things. I love it for him too, you know? Yes, Tennessee. That's on my bucket list of places to visit. I would love to visit Nashville. My husband, I told you guys, he's like a cowboy at heart. I think that would be an amazing place to visit. He would love Nashville. I feel like he would just absolutely freaking love it. The music, you know, live music, country music. He loves country music. And just like the atmosphere, you know? I feel like I do, but the problem is I can't always share it, right? I can't always share it. But if I can help you, I got your back, my friend. I got your back. Although I do think your wife is amazing and beautiful at the same time. So I don't know what you did, but better apologize or shut the fuck up. One of the other options. Oh man. Yeah, so what I can tell you is even on vacation, I don't think he's having such a great time. His actions and non-actions, I'll say, are going to catch up with him, already have caught up with him. And he just, I think he's like given up on paying his lawyers until he does these like things, you know, these whatchamacallit things, the golfing thing that is like failing on its face, and then he's got that like biking thing, right? That I'm also not too sure he's going to actually have people show up to. But I think he thinks that'll like re-up his got to pay my lawyer fees funding, you know? It might not. It might be the song that never ends. We talked about that one the other day. This is the song that never ends. The argument that never ends. Kind of what it's like, you know what I mean? I mean, I'm actually glad that a lot of these hearings are before August. Because as I told you guys, I don't know what my schedule is really going to look like in August. All I know is it won't be here August 4th. That's the day my sister has her brain surgery. So I will not be here. I can't focus on that while that's happening. It just simply can't. And then after that, the hospital said she would be there at least a few days. So at least the first week of August is going to be a little wonky. And then after that, I have no idea how, but I'm going to be helping run 2 households, hers and mine, with all the kids, hers and mine. And I still have to work because I still have to pay bills. And her fiance still has to work because he has to pay their bills. So I don't know, like, what my schedule via streaming is going to look like. Am I going to have to do it earlier in the morning? Am I going to have to change it to nights, midday? I have no fucking idea what it's going to look like yet. Until after my sister's surgery. We gotta make it through the surgery first. So just, if I get a little anxious, like end of July, beginning of August, like that's would be one, if not the reason why. And just know I'm not here on the 4th, regardless of what day of week it is, so that, you know, it's not concerning to anybody that I'm just not here, right? Just jot your thing down. The 4th is going to be a day, August 4th, I will not be here. Also, I had yesterday, and I wrote it down over here, the raffle that we opened for the brand new pink slow cooker and found the canvas bags, the blank canvas bags. Whoever wins, I'll personalize them. You can also pick the color. There's either teal or just white. They're canvas bags, and I can put names, seashells, all sorts of things on them. This is a brand new pillow jam. I can also personalize, put your name, put your dog's name, put some paw prints, whatever. Put things like this, like leaves, whatever, matches your house. This is 18 by 18. Then the brand new cooker itself, the pearl ring. I used to make these drill and set pearls into jewelry for a while before COVID. My pearl drill broke, I'd say like 2 years back, and it's very expensive. But this is one of the last rings I made. It's a dolphin with a white pearl on it. It's very pretty. It will fit any finger. You just pull it sort of out. See, it's like a one size fits all. You just pull it out or push it in depending on your finger size. This will go into that bundle along with your pick of either pearl dangle earrings, pearl studs. I made those a while ago, or the pink dangle earrings that are their shamrocks here at the top. It dangles, and then the pink pearl goes on the bottom. You'll get to pick whatever pair of earrings you want, and you'll get to pick whether you want just a pearl drop necklace or a pearl cage necklace. A cage, you put a colored pearl inside, and I have sterling silver on those ones. So I love my cricket. I don't have a cricket board, but I love my cricket. I wish I was closer to all of you, I'm telling you. Thank you, Mishi. But so those items, the personalized items, the jewelry, and then I have a couple little odds and ends to throw in there. It's just like little surprises to whoever like gets it, whoever wins it. It's gonna help me out, hopefully, getting through the month of June. It's June. August, getting through the month of August, helping out both households. I figured it's a way to sort of give back, and at the same time, a way to sort of help income-wise with me running two households and trying to figure out how the fuck I'm going to do all this, because I don't know how the fuck I'm going to do all this. Oh, and the open face locket. If you've never seen an open face locket, I kind of showed you guys yesterday. You can go back and watch yesterday's video, but I will also personalize that depending on the charms that I have and things. But this is an open face locket, and charms go inside of it. I made a beach themed one time, and it was beautiful. I put a little mini tiny seashell in there, and then beach sand, and a bunch of different things. But I have different, I showed them all yesterday. You can look at yesterday's video, but I have ones that I can make for a mom. I have ones I can make for a hero. It says USA, and it's got a flag, and I have one that says true, you, strong and kind, thankful, happy, brave, free, loving. It's just like a bunch of nice little words there that go on there. And I have ones for your dog, right? Little paw prints, ones that go in there. We got the moon and the stars. I have one that says I love you more than the moon and stars. I have charms. I can mix and match the charms too, of course. This one is Blessed Family. You can put your birthstone with that in the open face locket. Then I have one for mom, just literally says mom, MOM. This one is the hero one. It literally says hero, and then it's got the flag. And I can mix and match these as well, across all of them. I have a couple other items I'm throwing in as surprises to whoever wins them. And there's a bunch of other ones that I have here. The person who wins can pick which mix and match of them they want. I always have a made with love heart that goes into every single one of them, because I do make them with love. And so I have a ton of those charms from a while ago. And I put one of these in every one that I make. It says made with love, and it's just a heart charm because, well, make it with love. This is the chain that goes with it. I'm just going to send the chain. I don't want to put it on the chain. I want to let the person do that. This one says love. It's got a little house and a little boy and a little girl. You can mix and match these as well. But whoever wins the raffle will get a pick of whatever they want me to put in it and how they want me to make it or whatever. And then I have several other items, surprises that I'm going to put into that. But that will be open from yesterday until 2 weeks from then. So I think it's July 26th would be the day that we're going to pull it. We're going to do a wheel of everyone's name on how many spots you buy, how many times you go on the wheel, so on and so forth. And so the prices were in yesterday's stream, but it's 1 for $20, 3 for $50, 5 for $80, or 10 for $150. And then you'll have a brand new slow cooker. I love my slow cooker. It's brand new. It's in the box still. Never been opened. If you ever wanted your pink aesthetic like me, and you like pink, or your wife likes pink. So the raffle it would be entering the same way as we do direct. We can't do it through YouTube because that money only comes in once a month. So it'd have to be our basic options of Venmo, Cash App, and you would just write raffle and how many on it, or tell me. Like Cash App doesn't let you like do a whole thing. So if you're using Cash App, you just tell me how many you want for how much. Our Justice link, that's direct. That goes to us. You can use that as well. That's debit, credit, Apple Pay, Google Pay works on that one. Our PayPal is also an option. All the direct options will work. Chime, Revolut. You can do all of that. You wore one? It was a clip-on. Oh my God. I had friends back in the day that had clip-ons. But that will stay open from now until July 26th. We'll pull the winner on that Sunday show, July 26th, because it's definitely a way to sort of give back to you guys in a way that I appreciate by personalizing some items and making some items and giving away some that I've made that if I just sold them on their own would be $50 or more each, depending on which item. With the pearl stuff, I put a lot of work into those. I really love making those. If I still had my drill, I probably would make more. And some people will ask randomly, but I do have a few little other surprises that will go in there for whoever wins, because I think it's worth it to send a couple little other personalized touches in there. Because I'm just like a person that like when something like that comes to you, I feel like there should always be like something extra you didn't know was in there, or a couple little extra things. And you're like, oh my God, I love that. That's awesome. I love this, right? So I have a couple ideas on some things that I'm going to put in there for whoever wins it, and I hope they love it. I think they will. Woman or man, you can do many things with a lot of these things. You can re-gift them. You can have me make it as a gift for someone else, your guy, you know, or your wife, or your sister, your sister-in-law, or your niece, so on and so forth. You know, I'm sure they would love it. They would love it. But all of those options are open until that Sunday show on the 26th. So again, it's a 1 ticket for 20, 3 tickets for 50, 5 for 80, 10 for 150. And so basically, if you got 10, your name would go on the wheel 10 times, right? And so you'd get more chances to win, obviously. And I made it so that, like, you know, if you bought 2 separately or 3 separately, it's $60. So if you buy 3 all in one bundle, it's 50. And since you're saving $10, the same thing goes with the 5 and the 10. Like, you're saving a little bit more each time, if that makes sense. And I figured it'd be a fun way for you guys to like have some really cool stuff and stuff that I like doing with my cricket anyway, and also help me out big time when it comes to days that I might need to take off in August for my sister to help with her kids and things. It gets really chaotic. She's got 3 kids, 2 of which are under 2, 3 months and 2 years almost. My niece isn't even 2. She'll be 2 in August, having her birthday party actually early this year. So that my sister can attend, because if she were to do it after her surgery, she wouldn't even be able to attend. So we're having my niece's birthday a little bit early in the end of July so that my sister can be there, you know, not being recovering. So it gets chaotic with a, you know, 2-year-old and a 3-month-old and my nephew who's 6. And then I have my little, you know, my 2 older ones, and my oldest, as you guys know, still recovering from her surgery that she just had. She's still in a little bit of, I wouldn't say it's uncomfortable, but she's got internal staples that are never going to come out. So it's still like they sort of like stapled together. I don't even want to, it's gross, but the muscles and the skin and her stomach and stuff. So like she's still like using her core muscles to like walk up the stairs or, you know, get up or down is still very uncomfortable for her. But other than that, like she's doing really good, which is great. Actually just talked to her before the show. She's very undecisive when I ask her things. Natalie had said she wanted to just get her something, anything that she would like or want. And so I asked her and she's like, I don't know. I'm like, you always say that to me. I don't know. Hello, Leanne. Nice to see you. All right. Let's see. Where the fuck? We do have a couple Twitter tales, actually. So let me get real quick that stuff for you guys. Law and Order style. Chat court. I like their caption. You guys came up with the, by the way, I checked yesterday's video to see who captioned the pictures yesterday. Bravo, guys. I loved all the answers. I was literally laughing my behind off, and I'm like, oh my God, you guys are the best. Reading those was like, gave me a chuckle. It gave me a freaking chuckle. I liked it. I was like, you guys are the best. What I should be doing is mentioning at the end of the stream, like, hey, you know, caption the captions and put them in the chat. Because reminding people at the end of the stream allows them to, like, when they're catching it on the replay, like right then and there, remember and go and do it. So it's like, I love reading the wittiness of some of you and your one-liners. They're quite fucking funny, actually. They're quite funny, I'd say. Quite funny.
Grab the tea, because Twitter is melting down again.
Okay, so let me get this up here. Okay. Boop, ba-doop, boop, 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 boop. This one, it's this one, right? Okie dokie. Hold on one second. Let me do this real quick and then get up the thing that I'm looking for here. It's actually a clip of Mr. Bederow, which I found quite fucking hilarious at the gaslighting that was employed in this clip. Like, we're talking about a lawyer actively gaslighting an audience on social media, and it's like, buddy, you realize that if Mike Crawford never had you on, nobody would know who the fuck you are? Like, no one would know who Bederow was. And he has been trying to get into the spotlight for quite some time, and that's heard his old client that left a review saying that his case was very public and that Bederow was like running to the media when he asked him not to. He knows that his case was public, but he was like, you know, Bederow couldn't wait to sort of smear someone connected to him, and the person didn't think it was necessary to do that and asked that he not do that. And of course, what did Bederow do but run right to the media anyway? And that person was like, it just stuck out to me that he really cared more about media than he did me, his client, and that's a fucking problem, right? And this was written years before the Karen Read case ever came out. So somebody can't be like, oh, it's a fake thing, and you know, it's a sock account, it just doesn't like him now. No, it was written years ago. It literally tells you when it was written, years before the Karen Read trial ever occurred. So, I mean, that gives you a little snippet into who Mr. Bederow was even before that, you know? I don't know. Good question, Rose. I'm not sure who it was that carried the backpack that so offended him. I'm offended by his Herald and his purple crayon writing notes to the court until the judge had to tell him to, like, file a fucking motion. No more writing, you know, notes to the court in purple crayon, Mr. Herald and the purple crayon. We're going to need you to actually file it in a motion. Now, why wouldn't Bederow file it in a motion right away? Well, I'll tell you why. Because if he files it in a motion, he's then certifying to the court that he believes it all to be true, right? And then if they go, no, that's demonstrably false and blatantly fucking false, and we can prove it with this, this, and this, then he'd be in trouble. So instead, he wanted to write the innuendo and speculation in just letters to the court until the judge was like, this is improper. If you have something that you need to file, Mr. Bederow, file a fucking motion, right? And that's only when he stopped writing his Dear John letters to the actual court, right? Yeah, he's got to get a fucking clue and get on Blue's Clues. That's what I said. Like, dude, get a fucking clue, you know? Get back, you know? Swiper, no swipe. I don't even if he ever calls Aidan and says that. Swiper, no swiping. Stop talking to me from Ghetto Mellow account, Aidan. God. I mean, listen, anybody who does as much damage as a sewer turtle does to his own case on a daily basis, most attorneys would have bowed out because he's doing so much damage to his own cases, they can't even properly defend him. Most attorneys would have been like, listen, I have asked you a billion times to not do X, Y, and Z, to shut the fuck up when it comes to X, Y, and Z, and you can't help yourself. So you're damaging your case daily. Daily, dude, daily. Most self-respecting attorneys would have been like, yeah, I'm going to bow out. I can no longer represent you because I can't give you any effective defense. In all the pleadings that I've written already, you're contradicting them, right? So I cannot effectively defend you any longer. You got to find a new attorney. Not these guys. Not good old Bederow. Not Mr. Ethically Challenged Bradle. Not even a little bit. Nope. Nope. They just see a piggy bank and they see, no, I don't, I mean, Aidan has said that he pays them in like lumps. So like Bederow will just be like, oh, 30, I need 30, another 30 grand. It's like, bro, if he's also billing you per hour, like these attorneys don't realize too, like if Aidan ever gets smart or somebody smart ever tells him like, listen, if your attorneys are requiring you to feed them and that is not in the fee like agreement, right? That's a problem. It's a problem. Okay. You pay them, and that's what you're paying for. When you pay them, you're paying for their travel. You're paying for them to feed themselves. Like you're paying for all that in what you pay. You don't pay that on top of it unless that's explicitly stated in the agreement, which is wild as fuck for it to be stated in the agreement, right? But if you agree to something like that, you're a fucking idiot. That's the reason why you're paying tens of thousands of dollars, is to cover all that, right? It's wild. It's wild as fuck. We've been fighting shit. It's wild as hell. It's wild as fucking hell. I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, but it's also wild to listen to this guy. Like lawyering 101, guys. Don't go and criticize a judge that's presiding over your client's cases publicly. It's fucking stupid. Also, mischaracterizing what the judge says. This gets back to the judge, and he happens to be in the courtroom for one of these cases. I feel bad for him. Yeah, it's he loves the attention. Yeah, he doesn't like the stakes, okay? He needs the 2 for 20, which is why you know, I don't know. It's wild. Well, that's what I'm saying. Unless it's in the contract that you sign, right? If it's in the contract that you sign, then that's on you for not reading the fucking contract and saying, I'm paying you tens of thousands of dollars up front. I don't think I should also be paying for your meal and travel. I think it should be in the fee, right? So that's when they, you negotiate, right? But I don't think he's smart enough to figure that out or know how that works. You know what I mean? But that's on him, right? That's on him to be overcharged. Also, though, attorneys can get in a lot of trouble if they double or overcharge or charge for things they didn't get or do. Like that, you can get in a lot of trouble for that as an attorney. That is the one thing that the BDO will actually take your license for. Imagine that. Of all the things you could do, what they really take the most serious is money. Shocker, huh? Yeah, that's why I kind of made the joke. I don't know if you guys saw that on X. If I read you guys I think I read it to you guys yesterday. I made that sort of joke when I put out that tweet. Maybe you guys didn't see it, as a matter of fact. Hold on, hold that real quick. I put out clips yesterday of when we called Aidan because like I needed to, remind people that he's a coward like he calls everyone else. Right? And so my tweet was calling the sewer turtle twice and still no answer, right? That was a title. He said, for someone who mocked John for not answering the phone and not calling him back, it's amazing how quickly the sewer turtle adopts the very behavior he criticizes. We called 2 different phone numbers, 2 calls, 0 answers, right? And unlike some people, we didn't block our number because we're not afraid to let him know exactly who's calling. I said, funny how brave people become behind a live stream, but suddenly develop phone anxiety when it's time to answer themselves, right? I said, maybe he thought the 2 for 20 deal at Chili's meant 2 phones, 2 calls, and 0 answers. Like, I don't know. Maybe. Personally, I'd rather go to Outback Steakhouse. At least Outback doesn't serve baby back bitches. And you won't find anyone rolling around on the floor crying, I can't go back. Between appetizers, they probably have a strict policy against peeing on couches too, right? I said, best part, he still hasn't called us back. Watch as we put the sewer turtle's phone etiquette to the test after he publicly criticized someone else for not answering and not returning calls. Final score, 2 different phone numbers, 2 unanswered calls, 0 callbacks, hypocrisy at 100%, right? Like, and then it's just a clip of me, I think the first call that I made. I have to take, I have some questions. This is an independent media. I have some questions about if you're a baby back bitch who doesn't answer the phone. I have to take. I have some questions. I'm just wondering if you're a baby back bitch who doesn't answer the phone. Like, so I mean, that's the 2 for 20 there because it's like that's he wants to feed his lawyers the chicken nuggies. He wants to feed them chicken nuggies. Yeah, Grave, you literally popped in. I'd say like 2 minutes after the hearing ended. You'd have to go back and watch it, but basically it was Judge Doolin about the search warrant for Karen Reed's phones and whole mumbo jumbo of nonsense, which I was discussing when you first popped in. of Jackson sort of mischaracterizing what Cosgrove said the last time and what he was talking about. Like, you can't, that's candor to the court. You have to be very careful when you mischaracterize something like that, bro. Like, the courts do not like that. Yeah, today, yep. I need my twisted take. I hear you. I hear you. But yes, it was wild. You know, it was wild. It was absolutely fucking wild. But I mean, hey, that was the first phone call, right? That we made. There's a second clip I put out in shorts. I didn't even put the third clip out, which was days later. I was just making a follow-up phone call. And the follow-up phone call, I asked in the voicemail because he had just put out that thing about the Q&A at his golf event that you could ask any question. He was going to do a Q&A and you could ask any question. So my question to him as an independent media person was, if I ask a question, do I have to pay $5 or more for the second question? I need to know, right? Like, am I allowed only one question during this Q&A that I get to ask any question of, or do I have to pay $5 or more for the second one? Just asking. I'm wondering if those rules still apply. You know, like the super chats, like it's got to be $5 or more. It's not worth his time. So do you only get one free one and then it's $5 or more? How does this work exactly? Right? I need to know. I need to understand, and I need to freaking know. All right, back to the gaslighting clip, right? Here's the gaslighting clip.
Information that was posted was also sent to me. Like I didn't check my DMs, so I didn't see it. So it's like, these don't come from the, like you were saying, I don't think that you can hold others accountable in public areas. And that's a huge place.
Honey, let me real quick, since Nurse Kim and both Bederow don't seem to understand how security footage works. Not everybody has access to security footage. You want to know who does have access? Security, right? The security company that does the building, right? And then each individual office of their own security cameras. That's it. The secretary can't go in and look at all the security footage. Like, that's not the way it works, right? Like, that's just not the way it works. So to claim that it's just like came from some public random person is wild as fuck. Of course it didn't. It came from someone inside that building, whether it was someone working for the security company or someone working for the law office. It came from one of them, right? It's not rocket science. We don't need to try to do black magic and bring back Einstein from the dead to figure out what happened, right? Come on. Honestly. Let's be honest
as well. That I think it really needs to be known is that when there is bringing up tweets from people, generally speaking, or stating that this information has come to light, well, it's a public hallway. If somebody's sitting in a public hallway.
It wasn't a public hallway. It was a room. So that, again, that's where you're wrong. Again,
hallway, Mr. Bederow, if I'm sitting in a public hallway, anyone can take a picture of me, right?
She's not grasping it. It wasn't just a picture taken from someone's cell phone, though. That's the point. The point is, it's a picture taken of a security camera footage. That's the point. Is that it wasn't just a random public person walking through the building that took a picture of him. That's not what it was. It was a literal picture of the security footage, which was the problem. That was the problem, right? Like, that's the issue, is that 30 minutes after he had that panic attack that only counsel knew of at the time, then Aidan's talking about it, where would he have gotten that information from? Even a security guy down at security wouldn't know, just looking at a camera with no audio, that someone was having a panic attack, right? Or if that's what would have been claimed by him or his attorneys to the other side. A security guy wouldn't know that, right? How would he know that? Those cameras don't have audio. They only have video, because audio would be wiretapping. You can't do that. So it's only video usually in those places. So what? What? What?
So it doesn't matter what.
I know. I need to. I really need to.
Other people's First Amendment rights matter as well.
Again, using your hypothetical, but
it not only is it a hypothetical, but it's a stupid hypothetical, because that's not even what happened. So it's like, do your fucking research before you actually speak on something. You sound stupid as hell.
Not the specifics of the situation. Yeah. Anybody sitting in a public hallway of a large public building in a large city has no reasonable expectation of privacy.
No, you don't say. No, you don't. So if someone snaps a picture of you, with their camera on their phone, cool. But that's not what happened. The picture is of a security footage. How the fuck would Aidan know that it was a panic attack? Couldn't just be security, unless the lawyers shared with security that he was having a panic attack. They wouldn't know just by looking at the screen. That was literally what Proctor's counsel told Reed's counsel. So, how, within 30 minutes of that, did the superfan Adam blogger guy post that and have a picture of the security footage? There is no, camera from someone's phone that they took just walking by as someone in the general public who happened to be in the building. That's clearly not what happened, right? Like, so why are you even making a hypothetical about something that did not happen? Right? Like, what the fuck? Weird. Weird as fuck, bro. I still feel like he's a little slow and maybe a little out of touch with the interwebs a little, but it did make the judge's point. And actually what it did was show the judge that absolutely someone improperly was involved in that. And if it was someone in security who worked security for a company like Securitas or something like that, who ran the building, they should be immediately fired, right? You can't be that stupid, Oh, of course, he says. Yeah, he got it, but from who is the point, right? He got it from the security footage that someone took their phone and walked up to the screen, like I have you guys on a screen, and took a picture of the screen. Now, if I'm the security guy, right, how do I know that he's having a panic attack? You don't. There's no audio. So you could take a picture of him and say, oh, look who's here, right? But how would the security guy know that he was having a panic attack within a half an hour of his attorneys asking for him to have a break and telling her attorneys? I'm just asking, right? I'm asking, right? Well, you know what? At least Adam is like 1.5 bedrows tall. That he's got that going for him. He probably still would fit in a kiddie seat, but at least he's like 1.5 bedrows tall, Like the security guy wouldn't know it was a panic attack. It's that part of the information within a half hour of it happening that has the judge's attention. How the fuck would anyone know that if one of the parties, one of the lawyers, didn't share that? How the fuck would anyone know that within a half an hour? Common sense, right? Couldn't be the security guy. Security guy doesn't have audio. How would he know that, right? Unless someone improperly shared that information. The Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild. I say. Just reminds me of just one giant fucking clown show. One giant absolute fucking clown show. Redonkulous. I think also Jen Altman had like a 8-minute space at some point. I think she's having another one at some point, but apparently Ethel, I don't know, had a caller. I don't know. She takes calls. I don't know. It's weird. She has calls. People call in. And so I guess Jen responded to whatever Ethel's caller said. I haven't heard it yet, so I guess we're going to find out together what was said and why. Let's do that together. Y'all haven't done so already, go punch the like button in its face, please. Or just boop its nose. Boop. My booper's not broken. Boop. My shusher's broken, though. My nephew, my shusher is completely gone. It's broken. He likes when you bounce him and shh. So my shusher is broken. Did too much shushing for him. Also, shout out to Marsha. I love these. She got me these a while back for my coffees, and their stirs and their little bows. I only have a few left, but they absolutely do the trick. And I love the aesthetics of them. So shout out to Marsha for getting these for me a while ago. I'm running out of stirs and my pink cups.
Hey there. I know there's not many people on right now because this is just a spur of the moment thing. Thank you, Kimberly, the one up to. But this is recorded and I only have about, 5-10 minutes because I have a job. So I was just listening to Jessica's show. And I'm gonna put my phone down so that I'm not looking at like chat or anything. I was just listening to Jessica's show, and at the end of her show, I don't even know if it's the end. She gets her callers, right? She gets this call from a woman in Ohio who sounds like a very pleasant woman. She's reached some level of, I don't know, personal health and enlightenment and all that, and that's awesome if that's what you're into. Perfect. So she starts talking about me, and why she brings me up, I have no idea. Probably because I'm the person Jessica has gone after, I think, most of all. People can say it's Brian LTL, Mike Crawford, Meredith. I think she's come after me the most. And so she starts talking about how Jessica and I were connected, excuse me, in another life, and we have things that we have not settled, and that's why we're so, we don't. That's why I hate her so much. That's why I don't like her. And that's why it doesn't stop. Now, I'm going to straighten this out right now. Jessica came after me. I never did anything to Jessica. Nothing. She asked me a question about my personal life. I did not want to answer it. She said she was remiss if she didn't ask. Remiss?
Yeah, she did say
none of your fucking business. My personal life is none of your business.
None of your business. I remember when she said that.
None of your fucking business, Jessica. You stuck your nose into something. Nobody asked you to do it. Aidan didn't ask you to do it. You just wanted to know. And you tried to bully me for me to tell you. I didn't want to tell you.
It's none of her business.
Then I asked you, not told you. You don't know the difference between somebody asking you to do something where you have every right to say no and telling you to do something. So I asked you, please don't bring this up. Could you maybe not bring this up on your show? It's exactly how I said it in a text message. I didn't say it like, don't talk about this on your show. You're a bitch if you talk about this on your show. I said, can you maybe not talk about this on your show just because it would hurt Meredith and Aidan? And at that time, this was last September. So this was before the whole, blow up. And I asked her and she declined. Fine. That was all she had to do say to me is, I wasn't planning on talking about it anyways, but if I wanted to, I would. Okay, good. But Jessica takes that so personally. How dare you ask me not to do something? How dare you? Now I'm going to do it. So she gets on Twitter, starts calling me trash, right? I've never said one word about her, nothing. Decides to do like a whole show on me, and just continuously, starting October, every single show. And this is when I was still friends with Aidan. And then she's also telling Aidan I'm not a good friend to him, which I think looking back now, the situation that she's in now with Aidan, she realizes I was actually a very good friend to Aidan. It's just very difficult to be a friend to Aidan. But fine. So she's looking back on it in October and she's like, oh, she's not a good friend to Aidan. Why would? Because she shared one screenshot with one person. Meanwhile, she's talking about their conversations to 10,000 people, blah, blah, blah. Yep. So Jessica's talking about me every single show. What's my recourse to that? Getting on my little Twitter page that I have, my Salty Queen with 4,000 followers, and she's got tens of thousands watching her show. That's fair? That's fair, Jessica? But no, you had the upper hand, right? So then in December, I go on Ray from Dallas show, and okay, I finally say what I want to say, even though it's a small channel, and turns out he's a piece of shit. She did, and I actually said nice things on this show. Said she was a really good mother. I thought she was a really good mother. I said she was very talented, and I wish that she could use that talent for more than going after people. Well, and I offered a olive branch. I said, if she doesn't talk about me, I won't talk about her. Oh, well, nope, Jessica didn't like that. In fact, she made it very clear on her next show that that was not happening. And I posted her video that she made. In fact, her words were, I will talk about you whenever I want. I will say whatever I want. I will put it in context. I will not put it in context. I will say whatever I want about you. That was her response. So then fast forward to, January, February, when my Sorry, let me take a drink of water here.
Interesting.
Fast forward to January, February, when my relationship with Aidan breaks down. Oh, now Jessica's so excited, right? Because now she's like, I told you so. Altman was a piece of shit to Aidan. I never was. Altman turned her back. I would never turn my back on Aidan. No matter what, I will always be friends with him. I will always have his back. I will never speak badly about him. I will never share anything of his. I am the supreme friend of Turtleboy. And now look what happened, right? Now she knows how difficult that is to do. So this caller today is like, maybe you guys can come to, an understanding that you don't talk about each other and this and that. And Jessica wonders why I have such a level of hate towards her. Why? You know why, Jessica? Because you made my fucking life miserable for 7 months or 8 months. Every fucking day. I had to wonder what the fuck you were going to say on your show about me. Lies, things that weren't true. Well, I guess that would be a lie, right? Made up stories, judging my character when you don't even know me. And now you're like, oh, what can we do to get past this? Nothing, bitch. Nothing. We can't do anything to get past this. Because then when Aidan and I weren't friends, you jump on the Jim bandwagon, right? You jump on the Jim Altman bandwagon. Oh, now I can get in this, and all these people hate her because Aidan hates her, and I'm going to jump right in because that's what I do. Now you want to know? Now you're getting attacked from all sides, and now you're looking at yourself and wondering, I wonder if we can just come to some sort of agreement that we won't talk about each other. No, bitch.
No.
I'm going to put your words right back on you.
Now she wants an agreement. What is she, Aidan?
I will say whatever I want. I will put it in context. I will not put it in context. I will talk about you whenever I want, bitch. Bye.
Brownie batter cookie, s'mores cookie. Oh, geez. Oh my God, I was so proud of the World Cup. I want my Scottish people back. We would like some rights. We would like some visitation rights. Boston just did such an amazing job, hosting the World Cup here. I think so many people had such an amazing time meeting people from all over the world, different cultures, different foods, I think it was amazing. And I love that they love ranch. I didn't know that other countries didn't have ranch. I freaking love ranch. I had no idea that they didn't have ranch. Like, what? How do you not have ranch? That's wild as hell. How do you not have ranch? That's cray. That is just cray to me. Like, what do you mean you don't have ranch? Like, what? The fuck you mean? Other countries don't have ranch. That's wild as hell. So they made it so that people could, I think Jen had didn't she have another, like, spaces scheduled for today to talk about, they called it American sauce. I love that. Also, I do have a clip of, there has been another shooting outside of the North Carolina courthouse. What the fuck is actually going on in this world? Like, what is actually going on in this world? They were trying to, the airport had a huge bucket of, like, all the different kinds of ranch that they couldn't bring in their carry-ons. They're trying to bring in the carry-ons. It's like, you have to check it. You have to check it, and people are just like, so they had to, like, basically dump it there. And it's like, oh, I feel so bad for each and every one of those people that had to dump their ranch, like, put it in the bucket. And it's like, I hope they donate that, right? Like, I can remember the airport just throwing it away, but it's like, take it and donate it to, like, a shelter or you know what I mean? Like a shelter or a food pantry. Like, for the love of God, donate it. Don't throw it out. It's brand new. Like, if they couldn't take it, they couldn't take it. Like, they had to get on the plane anyway. So, like, donate the shit. Don't throw it the fuck away, man. Jeez. I was just whoa, what is going on here? That's a lot of milk. Oh my God, yes, that guy. And he came during the World Cup too. So like right as the World Cup started, that was amazing. I couldn't like that. What a feat for that guy. You know what I mean? What a fucking feat for that guy to have walked all the way around the fucking world. That is just crazy. Like good for him though. Like, good for him. Like that's got to go down in the books, you know? It has to. I thought she had one scheduled for today, but maybe not. But this is the clip that I just got of outside the courthouse. It was already another goddamn shooting at the courthouse in North Carolina. A woman walked out of the Wilson County, North Carolina courthouse, was ambushed, and then allegedly shot by a male 6 times on the steps of the courthouse. A police officer has also been shot. Like, what is going on in our world? This is just crazy. Oh, I'm so glad he came to see Scotland. This is the second time recently that this has happened. Oh my God, it was literally perfect. It was perfect.
They said a man. So a boy did it. He had on all black.
I'm like, bring them back. We love the Tartine Army. They were so much fun and just so kind. Like, bring them back. Okay, well, yeah, that's got to be the guy, I'm guessing. He's like backing up though, away from them. That's weird. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but like, what kind of world do we live in right now? Did they tase him? I don't know if they tased him, deployed a taser on him. Jesus, that is no good. Just wild madness happening in today's world. I don't get it. Wild. That's terrible. On the steps of a courthouse. On the steps of a freaking courthouse. Like, what are we doing, dude? What are we doing? Like, the road's blocked off and everything. My heart goes out to the officer there and whoever, I think it was a woman, they said, who was shot. Like, that's awful. That's absolutely freaking awful. It's terrible. I can't. I literally can't. Yeah, this is messages from Karen to Aidan and back and forth between them. And this is not good for witness intimidation charges, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I like my, my right to carry and protect my own family. The problem is like limiting the public from getting their hands on legal guns does absolutely nothing to stop criminals from getting them illegally. And that's the problem, right? We can limit my right to have a weapon all we want, right? But that's not going to, listen, one time at band camp, I was a criminal, right? One time when I was an addict, I was a criminal. It doesn't stop the criminals from going and getting a gun anytime they want, right? They're not the ones going to stand at the counter and like do a background. They're not doing all that because they know they're not going to get it, right? So they're just going to go out on the street and purchase one anytime they want. So the problem is like there's no, like by limiting my right isn't stopping them is the point, right? Of course, this should be like common sense stops. Like, if your entire life have been in and out of mental health facilities, and I mean like psych facilities, not like PTSD, and like dealing with things like that. I mean like someone who believes everyone's going to kill them, and so they need to defend themselves with weapons. Like they should not obviously be allowed to purchase a firearm because they don't have the capacity to understand what's going on, right? That should be common sense, right? Because and this goes back to some of the people that I, had in the prison as inmates, where some of them are not lucid at all. Like they're completely gone. No amount of medication was helping them. They still were just like, thought everyone was a demon and everyone was going to kill them. And that's sad because they have no control over that, right? They didn't ask for schizophrenia or some of these other mental health issues that they suffered from. Nobody asks for that, right? It just happens. And so it's sad in the way of like, but you can't give someone who's not completely lucid and understanding a firearm or a knife or a machete or, you know, things of that nature, because they think and they believe that everyone is going to kill them. The government, you, me, we're all, you know what I mean? Like, that's the paranoia. And so obviously you can't hand somebody who's not completely lucid a handgun and allow them to have one just because they pass a background check. Like, there has to be some sort of common sense in it, right? But I don't think banning certain kinds of firearms from people who, you know, are allowed to own them and want to protect their family and their land and their loved ones, like, that's not going to solve the problem. That's not going to solve the problem. All you're doing is saying to people who want to just use it for those purposes, no. And then the criminals are just going and buying them on the street, right? So you're stopping law-abiding citizens. You're not stopping most of the criminals. Now, yes, obviously, once in a while, a criminal or a person who is not fully lucid tries and does get a firearm through the legal way. But there are plenty of deterrents out there for why they don't always do it, right? So it's like, there's got to be some common sense, but also limiting everyone's right to a firearm and which firearms they can have, only allowing the military to have certain ones. It doesn't stand up to our Constitution of any capacity. Massachusetts, where I live, is one of the strictest in the entire fucking country when it comes to gun rights. And they have made quite a few laws that are just out and out unconstitutional, right? But it hasn't stopped any criminal from getting a firearm and using it and killing someone, right? It just isn't, and it doesn't. We gotta try to figure out a better way, right? And I don't know what that way is. I'm not, not saying that I do know what that way is. I'm just saying, like, you gotta balance people's right to be able to own a firearm to protect their own family, and not say, oh, well, you can't own this kind and this kind and this kind. It's only the military and police should own that kind. Well, our Constitution is founded on the understanding that if our government gets too out of control, we have to be allowed to fight back in numerous ways, right? So you can't limit what the public can have via weapons and then say only the military and the government can have this. It's not in the spirit of our Constitution at all. It's like we got to find some way, No, and listen, I have plenty of friends who want all of them gone. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. I don't, I would never not, respect someone else's opinion on that. I respect everybody's reasons. Everybody has a reason, right? So, like, if you've had personal tragedies in your family that have to do with guns, a lot of the times you'll find that those people want guns gone, right? And I respect that. I respect that's what they want, and I respect why they want that, right? I'm just telling you from my point of view, my opinion on criminals will get their hands on them one way or another. It doesn't matter how hard you make it for people to get them legally. Criminals aren't going to get them legally. That's not how they go in and they purchase them. They purchase them illegally off the street. So it's not stopping them, That's the only sort of thing with it is no criminal is gonna wait for a background check. They're gonna just go buy it off the street and cause mayhem with it that way, which is unfortunate as well, because our government has been a big part of why guns have sort of become a problem for people who shouldn't have them, right? They were literally, and I kid you not, and you can look into this, our government was literally buying and then selling to criminals guns in our country, in other countries that border us, and they're making their way back in to the cartels, so on and so forth. You got to look into it. There's all public documents that have been unclassified on it and shit. But our own government was essentially selling guns to criminals and not taking them back, not for buys. They were literally, I kid you not, look into it. It's so they're not even doing a good job of keeping them out of the hands of people who want to do people harm, cartels. They're just giving them to them. So what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Oh my God, I love this. Just said, while Aidan is on vacation again, I thought I would share key fob information for him. Key fob, how to fix your key fob there. My Maxima used to do that. There's a key there. Wow. Hold it against it. Yep. And then press the button. Boom. I actually had to tell my sister to do this. When she called, her car wasn't starting yesterday. I think it was yesterday, and I was on stream, and I was like, take the key fob, hold it, like all the lights were coming on, but the car wasn't working. Is it the key fob? Does it not have a battery? Like, hold it up against the side of your steering wheel there, and press the brake and press the button and see if it starts. It was her reserve sort of battery that was dead, which was killing the regular battery, so on and so forth. But I was like, most people don't even know that's a thing. It, in fact, is a thing. Aidan doesn't know about any of those, though. Remember, he didn't know that there was a battery. He didn't know there was a key inside your key fob. He thought he had to just replace the battery and call AAA. Like, how fucking dumb does one have to be to not know that? Like, right? Like, I hate that these videos pop up a new window because you can't. You got to show you this way. You got to open a whole other window.
I'll tell you all about them today. First, summer gets super hot. Roll down windows ahead to cool the car before driving. Just hold down the unlock button.
My Maxima used to do
all
that.
Car windows will roll down automatically. Second, when you lock the car and prepare to leave, you notice the windows haven't rolled up. Simply hold down the lock button. All car windows will roll up automatically.
See that, Aidan?
Third, the car key runs out of power. You can't open the doors.
There's a key
Slide
in
the
there.
small switch on the top of the key to take out the mechanical key. Find this small hole under the door handle.
Sure does.
Insert the key and pry it gently. Insert the mechanical key and turn it.
I texted you.
And you can open the car door. Fourth, the car key has no power. The car can't start. Encountering this situation, find the key sensor mark under the steering wheel. Stick the key onto the mark.
Yeah, just making sure.
Then fire again.
Sure.
The car starts successfully.
Ta-da!
Lastly, find the gap in the middle of the key. Pry open its back cover. You can see the button battery inside. Then gently pop out the battery. And you can replace the battery for your car key. Have you learned these tricks? Follow me. There are
Amazing! Yeah, so a lot of the times they're the same battery as you would use in like a hearing aid. Sometimes bigger, sometimes smaller, depending on the key fob. But yeah, basically, you can go to CVS and actually just buy a battery. It's not really difficult. You know, he could have just taken an Uber to the, thing, or he could have just taken the key out of the key fob and started the car that way. I'm just saying. There is, hold on, I gotta find, there's just always so many posts, like, ooh, that looks delicious. Coffee and rich fudge blended with creamy DQ vanilla soft serve and ice, garnished with whipped topping and a chocolatey drizzle. I wish there was a DQ near me. There is not. I'm like hangry, and it, of course, like, what does the algorithm show you? Show you something frosty and cold that looks delicious, at least. You're hungry, but, fucking algorithm, The quitting YouTube didn't even last a week. Oh, is she quitting again? Do I quit again too? I quit. I quit again. I quit. I quit. Oh my God. Small town New Jersey was rocked this morning after a plumber got in his car and it exploded. Holy fucking shit. That is no good. What in the hell happened here?
Out down the road in this gated community here in Totowa. Take a look at this dramatic video from
There's no fucking way that was an
vehicle
accident.
Literally ripped into pieces. Totowa's mayor tells me the explosion taking place just after 5 o'clock this morning when the owner of the vehicle started the car. Miraculously, I am told that person who lives in the complex was able to get out and walk to his home. He was taken to the hospital as a precaution, according to the mayor and a neighbor. We don't have a condition on that person, but a neighbor says the victim's wife ran out telling people to call 911. You can see parts of the vehicle strewn about the area. I'm told pieces of that car, an Audi, literally went into neighbors' homes and ended up on rooftops. The impact of the implosion. also destroying a fence, that fence belonging to a resident who
community.
described the scene to us just moments ago.
Jesus
While
Christ.
we were sleeping, we heard a huge explosion, a bang. And when we first didn't realize what it was, we thought it was like maybe a car accident or something. So when we looked outside the window, we saw there was a car that was totally demolished.
Oh my
It was an
God.
explosion, no fire or anything. It was just a huge explosion.
Yeah, that couldn't have been an accident, dude. No fucking way.
Now, the mayor says the owner of the vehicle is a plumber. The neighbor we talked to giving us all of these photos. And while the investigation continues, authorities at this moment believe the explosion could have been as a result of a leaking acetylene tank in.
I'm not buying that. Acetylene tank, even acetylene torch is like, it's a little, you use those a lot in shops. If like something is welded and just won't come off, use a little acetylene torch to like fucking burn it off basically. But like what? Even acetylene torch, I mean, I guess, yes, if it was a big enough thing, acetylene, it could fucking explode. But why would it, I mean, yeah, spark, starting your car would be a spark, but like, I don't know, dude, something says to me that like this is not a fucking accident. Like that's, and there was no fire, it just exploded. Like, I don't know, dude, something, right? Where's the rig cam footage of that? There's got to be something like that exists. God damn it. I mean, that's fucking wild. That screams like mob hit or something. Like, what'd you do, buddy? A loan shark? Like, what's happening here? Guy's a plumber. I mean, if they tell me it was supposed to be like a little acetylene torch that did that, I'm going to say no fucking way, Jose. Now, if they're saying it was like a giant acetylene tank, possibly. A lot of the time in garages and shops, you just use a little acetylene torch to like get off some bolts that have been like stripped and won't move, on tires or something. You just use the torch and fucking remove them, right? Or other things. But I don't know. I mean, I don't think it'd be too smart to be carrying around a huge acetylene tank in a car anyway. But I mean, yes, if it was leaking, it could explode like that. Yes. But I mean, it didn't just do damage to the car. It did damage to like the houses next door, the fence, like that, right? The plumber, God damn it. It's a good point. I mean, they say acetylene, maybe, maybe. I'm saying maybe on that one. If it's a big thing, then yes, I don't think a little acetylene torch would do that, but I digress. That's fucking crazy talk, Weird. Neymar confirmed for the World Cup despite the injury, and he's keeping the number 10 shirt. McDonald's has a whole meal deal. One of 9 McDonald's cups, I guess. Gotta love when they just throw in all the, do you guys not think this thing is listening to me? Like, I said I'm hungry, now it's showing me all sorts of food. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Ridiculous. Oh my God. So many people are, so it's, this is somebody retweeting my short of me calling him. It's like this was Aidan calling her, like literally threatening her. A minute and 21 seconds was his voicemail, right? Like to harass her. So he has no problem. She said it's all fun and games until behaviors are used against him. This is him calling me in front of thousands of viewers at 11 p.m. on a weeknight and doxing me. I had him blocked because I told him I wanted nothing to do with him. He still found a way to torment me. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, and this is him, of course, leaving voicemails for Shannon, right? Who exposed him for the piece of shit that he is. Him calling her. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Right? Leaving voicemails for her. He certainly doesn't want to answer his own phone, does he? Like, fucking piece of shit. We have questions, Aidan. Call us back. We have questions, sir. We have questions, okay? We have questions. Did TV make any comment in his last stream before vacation about his thousands of pages of discovery that are due today? For someone who claims he needs so much money, but he can afford a week or 2 week vacation, someone told me it was 2 week vacation. Like, I don't know. Was it a 2 week vacation? I'm not sure. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, I can't afford a 3 day vacation. Never mind fucking 2 weeks. And he's the one complaining nobody's signing up for his, golfing thing. And, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying. Canton man, charged with killing Cambridge DPW worker who was reportedly ambushed by masked men. Wowza, what's happening here? This is the Boston Herald. We're moving and pulling up. Oh my God, I don't want to pay for your shit. Oh my God, they want me to. No, I'm not. No. Boston Herald, I'm not fucking paying for your shit. I will just look this up this way. Hold on. Cambridge DPW worker. Who is the Canton resident that did this? Let's see. Men arrested in deadly July 4th shooting of Cambridge city worker. Here's the guy, Xavier Batista. You Boston Herald. I think important information should always be free. Like, I'm not fucking paying for your fucking website. Like, that's ridiculous. It's news. Like, don't listen. So this is the guy. Wearing his city work clothes, was approached by masked men as he left his home that morning and fatally shot. So this is the victim. Was shot to death early on July 4th, 2026 in Cambridge. Poor guy, he's just going to work, man. Like, he was 32. He worked at the DPW. He was shot and killed on the 4th of July. His body was found near the intersection of Broadway and Norfolk Street near Senate Park about an hour after police believe he was shot. Raekwon Brown, 29-year-old from Canton, has been arrested. The Middlesex District Attorney's Office and Cambridge Police announced Monday. He faces charges of murder, carrying a firearm without a license, being an armed career criminal. Oh, damn, you do not want that career criminal charge. That shit is hefty. And conspiring to commit murder. Oh, wonderful. Officials said Brown is believed to have acted as a lookout in the confrontation that left Bautista dead at about 4 a.m. that Saturday. Bautista, wearing his city work clothes, was approached by a masked man and he left his home that morning. After the man was fatally shot, the group fled in a white Dodge Ram pickup truck. Investigators tied Brown to the vehicle and found he was present. He was seen holding an object consistent with being a firearm, which at one point he held as if aiming it, officials said. No other arrests have been announced in the shooting. Investigators are looking into what motivated the incident. They said there was no known connection between Bautista and Brown. He was arraigned in Cambridge District Court today, where he was ordered held without bail ahead of a motion hearing Friday. No guilty pleas are typically entered on the behalf of the defendant. That is horrible. The shooting has raised questions about the city's recent deactivation of its shot spotter technology over privacy concerns. So the shot spotter, Boston and many other Brockton have had for quite some time. And basically, if a shot rings off, it gives like a GPS location of where a shot rang off. Boston's had it for a long time. I don't know why all of a sudden shot spotter is being called. What people really need to pay attention to, and we've talked about this before, is the technology that is currently being used all over the country called Flock. And if you don't know what Flock is, I think you should, right? We've talked about Flock. How many of you, and I want to see in chat, how many of you know what Flock is? Mistrust of the government, Flock is one of those reasons, right? This is why people don't trust the government. Flock is one of those reasons. It's one of the reasons why I have distrust of them. Flock is not something that should ever have been put up, especially without people's consent, without people's knowledge, You do. Rose does. Sorry, Jesse, I accidentally just called you with my arm. My arm accidentally just called you. My bad. My bad, girl. My bad. Hold on. Why is my thing doing that? Like, no. All right. Most of you don't know, I'm guessing. Does anyone else wave and say, hi, Mom? Right? Like when you see the Flock cameras. So Flock is a camera system that you might not even know is there. I'll show you a picture of it, and you will now notice them in your, and we've talked about this on the show already. You know, we go over a lot of things that have to do with government and some reasons why you would mistrust the government, and this is a biggie for me, right? Privacy, even though you don't have an expectation of privacy in public, what you don't expect is that the government is tracking your every move, and for months at a time. The bumper stickers on your car, what color it is, the make, the model, the license plate, all of it. And they track you for months without your knowledge, without your consent. Several people have been wrongfully accused of crimes simply because their car was in the area where a crime occurred, and Flock caught their car in that area. And so this is a big fucking problem. A big fucking problem. It has been for a really long time. As a matter of fact, I'm going to let you guys watch this video. He's a former police officer from Pawtucket. I used to live in Pawtucket, which is in Rhode Island. And wait a second. Okay, so I actually emailed him because I thought it was an important conversation to have with him. And Noel responded with, they're getting slammed, of course, with messages right now, of course, from everyone. I used to live in Pawtucket. It's on the bounds of Massachusetts and Rhode Island. Attleboro is on the other side in Rhode Island, in Massachusetts, and Pawtucket is on the other side there in Rhode Island. And he was a former officer who had to resign because he raised questions about Flock. And this is recent. I'll let you watch his video. I think it's very informative as someone who was an officer. And I think it's utterly ridiculous that he had to deal with what he had to deal with because of being essentially a whistleblower on Flock, right? I don't think it's okay what they did to him at all. Let me see. Find his video real quick for you guys after the badge. Yeah, the Flock, you don't want them in your, no one wants them in their area, and a lot of cities have pulled out. A lot of cities have pulled out of using Flock, and I'll tell you why. Because there are deep, deep privacy concerns of the government surveilling you everywhere. And the government's excuse to this is, well, you're basically a suspect everywhere you go, and you need to be kept safe from everyone and everything, and so does everyone else, so they have a right to do that to keep you safe. No, they don't. And then if you're against it, then you have something to hide, which is the good old, everything is suspicious. You ever have a cop pull you over and where are you going? Where are you coming from? You were moving around a lot. It was a little suspicious. Oh, I'm sorry, I was bounce into the beat of the song. What's suspicious about that? I was in court one time, and one of the DAs actually, I'm sitting there listening to cases, it's an arraignment, and I'm listening, and one of the DAs gets up to argue a case and is like, and we found paper towels and water in their car, and that is suspicious. It's usually found with drug activity. The judge actually stopped her and was like, ma'am, I have paper towels and water in my car. Does that mean I have drugs? Like, that's kind of a little ridiculous and absurd, right? That anything you do is suspicious to the government, therefore they have the right to surveil you, so they can solve the crime. No, they do not have the right to surveil their citizens, okay, under these flock cameras. And the other problem is that Flock itself, the company's CEO, the way they sold these cameras to your local, select boards and all that allowed your city to put Flock up, they lied to them repeatedly, over and over and over, about where they kept the data, how much data they were keeping. At first it was, oh no, it's only the license plate, and then they get rid of it, they don't keep it, which was a lie, right? They get you down everything to the dings and dents in your car to the fucking bumper stickers, okay? It's a huge violation of privacy, and it is surveilling your citizens, which is illegal, right? With no warrants, no oversight, no nothing. This information is shared city to city, state to state, all over the country, FBI, CIA, all your local PDs, everyone's sharing this information with each other. There's an incentive for them to share and look up other people's information and follow you all across the country for no real reason, right? Then they build the data centers that raise your utility bills, and then they want you to pay for those utilities that are higher from those data centers that are polluting everything around you. Like, absolutely fucking not. The flock cameras are a big problem. Now, this poor guy was an officer, just a patrolman in Pawtucket, and he raised some serious questions about the flock cameras. And what did he get for that? Well, basically ousted from being a cop ever again, because he would not sign an NDA. He would not sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, to not talk about it. He raised serious questions about people's privacy and putting these flock cameras up. And rightly so. I would hope that some other cops have the integrity that this guy had to call out something, right? Not everyone is going to have that kind of fucking integrity.
My name is Noel Pachado. I'm a ex-cop here in the state of Rhode Island. While I'm regrettably an ex-police officer, is part of the reason why I'm doing one of the strangest things I've ever done, which is talking in front of a camera, in order to inform you all about a concerning trend that's been steadily rising in my state and other states across the country. So in 2021, 2022, my city, the city of Pawtucket, the police department I was a part of, along with other departments in my state, started quietly signing contracts with this new technology called Flock Camera. It's a surveillance system company run by a man named Garrett Langley. He's the CEO and founder of that company. Basically, it's a very sophisticated AI software that uses a camera system to track and monitor every vehicle that goes by the camera lens. It doesn't require a violation. It doesn't require any infraction. It only requires movement. That's it. And it records the make, the model, color, bumper stickers, you name it, of the vehicle that goes by every single one of these camera lenses. They're quite discreet. If you don't know what they are, you won't be able to spot them out. They're basically put on utility poles at the main intersections in your city if you have them. So to put it bluntly,
my city has them. I don't like it.
If you own a car, you're now being tracked.
I don't have a car though.
If I could put
Still
it
don't
plainly,
like it.
For committing the sin of going to work. This information is shared city to city and even state to state without a warrant.
Country.
There's no legislation governing this technology. Well, specifically referring to my state,
a lot of
which
states there aren't.
Doesn't have any legislation governing this technology, even though it's been in use for about 4 years now. And if you're still watching this video, I'm assuming your temper is starting to flare up because it's probably the first time you're hearing about this, which I think is the worst thing about this, in my opinion, is that you, the American citizen, was never notified about this innovation, nor its implementation. Your consent was never required, nor even asked for, or even thought about when your city government was putting up this new technology. For example, the chief of the Pawtucket Police Department, she was confronted by a local reporter on this very question of what gave them the right to put up these cameras without consulting the public. Her response was, so the criminals wouldn't know about it and avoid detection.
No.
So there you go. That's their best argument about why they felt you, the public, had no right to know about this new innovation being put up in your city. So why am I in the situation that I'm in right now? Why am I talking to you? So when this innovation was first introduced in my city and many other cities in the state, I brought up a lot of the reasonable objections I'm sure a lot of you who already came up with in the first few seconds of this video, which is concerns about privacy, concerns about abuse, and concerns about transparency. Because I brought up all these concerns to that same local reporter that interviewed the chief of the Pawtucket Police Department, and because I brought these concerns to the Government Oversight Committee at my state house, what I got for that was suspensions without pay. I lost my promotion to detectives. I had my character sullied, and all that eventually led to my resignation, which was forced on me. It wasn't my choice, but I had no choice at this point. After I resigned, I was asked to sign an NDA by my department, which I didn't even know was allowed in my profession, but maybe that's just a sign of my ignorance.
But you can say no.
But I refused to sign that NDA, and as a result, I've become unhireable in my profession. I can no longer be a police officer in my state because, you know, I guess you could say plainly I'm a bit of a rat, if you want to put it that way. But I made peace with that. You know, I made peace with that. I can't do this anymore. I'm not naive. I know how the world works. I know that when you talk about issues that want to still be kept hidden, that the price you will pay for that is you lose your job. It is what it is. Other things have happened, but I promised I wasn't going to use this as an opportunity to rant. And so I'm not going to do that. And I don't share this to do the whole woe is me bit. I simply share it to prove that some nobody patrolman from Rhode Island had his livelihood taken away from him for simply saying, hold on a second, for a technology that we apparently have nothing to worry about. And if you are worrying about it, it's because you have something to hide. The philosophy that this innovation is already grounded on is already proven to be rotten. It's grounded on this idea that you, the citizen, are first and foremost a potential suspect or potential defendant that needs to be tracked and monitored for your safety and for the safety of others. It's the same philosophy that the Soviets and many authoritarian states during the 20th century adopted, and we all know how that worked out for them. It's the same philosophy that the Chinese are currently adopting right now, and they have a similar surveillance system that they're using on their own citizens right now, which is even more egregious. And look, I get it. I want to use the tools that we have in order to capture the guy who steals your mother's car, the guy who's stalking your neighbor's daughter, or one of the guys that shoots and kills one of our young men in our city. I get it. But this isn't the answer. This technology is new, but the philosophy that it's grounded on is nothing new. It's actually quite old. And we've seen it echoed in the worst way throughout the 20th century in Europe. And I don't want it to repeat those same mistakes in our own country. So what do I want? I mean,
no, it doesn't.
Who cares what I want, I suppose. If you're still watching this video, what do you want? I assume it's the same thing I want, which is to have these cameras taken down or have an intelligent conversation about them at the very least, which wasn't afforded to us before. We were just assumed to submit and go along with whatever our local governments decided. But what do I want right now? What I want right now is very simple. I just want you, the public, to know that these cameras exist and that they were put up without your consent. And I'm going to trust you guys to do the rest with that information. I don't know how many people are going to watch this video. It could be 50, it could be 500, 5,000. I don't know. I don't know how these things work.
500,000 almost.
But I have to try. You know, this is me trying. If you're looking to organize with reasonable, level-headed people who want the same things that you do, I suggest that you check out the website below. It's called deflock.org. You know, they're a loose organization of people who don't want to punish anybody. They don't want to hold anyone accountable. They just want to speak with their legislators, speak with influential people in order to get these cameras taken off our streets. That's all they want. So if that's the type of people you want to work with, I suggest that you work with them because they simply want to go to work without being tracked just like you. And I want to add just one last thing. These requests may shock you, but first off, don't be mad at your local cops. You know, they're guys who make $65,000 a year. A lot of cops in their unions, specifically the one that I was a part of, are fighting to keep their own health insurance. So I can guarantee you they're not the people responsible for this or even really care, to be honest with you. And this next request may shock you. Forgive your police leaders and your city council members, the ones who did put these cameras up. You know, I think us trying to focus on who to blame and whose job we're going to try to take away or what have you, I don't think that's going to be useful. So I say we just forgive them and we just focus on what's really important right here, which is getting these silly cameras down and so we can move on with our lives. So if you made it this far, thank you. Thank you for listening. I hope everything I said was useful. And that's it. Take care.
I mean, I sure as fuck don't want those I don't even own a vehicle and I don't want those cameras up. It's your basic liberty and right to not be tracked everywhere you go for months at a time. And when I tell you Flock does months at a time, I'm like track you place to place for months at a time. And as Panda pointed out, anybody with a basic know-how can hack into these, right? And the problem is the people who run Flock have basically lied to cities across the country when asked questions about what Flock does, what information it holds, how long it holds it, so on and so forth. And simply lied, simply fucking lied. Yeah, that's the other thing is people not even as uses AI. It's facial recognition. It's all sorts of shit, right? That you're not being told about on purpose. No, we cannot live in a society like that where you're fucking tracked everywhere, right? My city has them. Not happy about it. Don't want them there. Especially since Flock lied to cities all over the fucking country. And you can look into this yourself, but city councils have pulled out of using Flock because they found out that they were lied right to their face. Actually, the fastest city council vote of a yes to use their cameras, or to use anything for that matter, was pulled just a day later. And they voted no because they found out that Flock lied to their faces. So they went back in and voted, no, we're not going to use these. They lied right to our faces. And of course, the excuse that Flock gave was ridiculous and absurd. And then, of course, it comes out that they've lied to several cities, states all over the country about the data, where they keep it, how long they keep it, how secure it is, where it can be shared, so on and so forth, right? That's a problem. That's a huge fucking problem. That's your information being shared all over the country. And if you're like this poor lady, right? Imagine being this poor lady, woman, okay, who's accused wrongly due to the cameras, okay, because her car was in an area, God forbid, okay? Where is it? Let me see. I think I had the whole, oh, here it is. Hold on, pull it right now. I mean, this is just egregious and absurd. And imagine, and this is just like the bare minimum. There have been worse, like, and I mean worse ones than this, way worse, of worse crimes, you know? Misusing the Flock camera system, but it leaves it open for police to misuse it all over the fucking country, right? And make no mistake, there are people who are doing it. To wrongfully issue a summons and wrongfully accuse an individual in a $25 package theft, right? Like, come on, man. The officer repeatedly used the wrong day of the week for the date, which caused significant confusion. He neglected to view the exiting Flock camera. He dismissed exculpatory evidence, wouldn't look at her own camera, her own ring camera that she had.
Good, how are you?
I'm good. My name is Sergeant Jamie Millen with the Columbine Valley Police Department.
Okay.
You know where Columbine Valley is?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. We cover the town of Beaumar, about 50 feet down.
Okay.
You know why I'm here?
No.
Okay. You drive through the town of quite often?
Nope.
You don't?
No, I work from home.
Okay. You know we have cameras in that town, and you can't get a breath of fresh air in or out of that place without us knowing, correct?
That's
okay.
Okay. Just as an example.
Okay.
You say you don't drive there, but you've been driven through, what, 20 times this month?
That's wild.
My husband or I.
Okay, but this is you, right?
Both of us, yes. We
Okay.
both drive the same vehicle.
Okay, so you have no, you're going to stand by. You don't know why I'm here.
I do know.
Okay. There was a theft of a package from on Tuesday.
Wrongfully
like I
accused
said,
this
we have
lady.
cameras everywhere in that town. You can't get a breath of fresh air in or out without us knowing.
Right.
You know the quality on the camera
Yep.
doorbell you have.
Yep.
I've got that on my phone right now of you taking that package.
No, he doesn't.
Where is this place?
I just told you.
I don't know where it is.
Okay, I have you on camera.
Okay.
You taking a package and walk
No, he
away.
doesn't.
Is there any reason why you would have done that?
Nope.
He
Do
doesn't.
you know anyone that lives on?
No.
Okay, well then I'll make this easy. Since you're just going to deny it, I'm going to issue you a summons that you'll be showing up in court in Jefferson County.
Well, can I see this video?
If you go to court, you can. If you're going to deny it, I'm not going
Like,
to.
what the fuck? And they don't. It's a woman, but it's not her.
I'm not going to extend you any courtesy. I just told you what I have. You're going to deny it. You told me you weren't in the tunnel, Mark.
The person's face.
I wouldn't say I was in there.
20.
They base this on her car being in the area. That's it. They have a video of a woman taking a package, but it is not her, right? And they can't see the, like, again, this is what Flock will do. Imagine this being a murder, because that's the next one that's happened. If someone was wrongly accused in a murder because of Flock cameras putting their car in the area, okay? Like, this is how it gets misused badly. And then this cop refuses to look at her camera to show where she was and when, refuses to look at any other evidence that shows she had no part in anything of what he's talking about. No wonder why she's so confused. And I was like, yeah, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, buddy. Like,
this month alone.
I wouldn't say I was in there. I drive through there, but don't drive through there that often.
You say I don't. You work from home, so I'm not going to argue with you. It'll all be
what the
on
fuck?
the
Can you not
phone.
leave the house?
You'll be showing up in Jefferson County Court, which is 100 Jefferson County Parkway in Golden, Colorado, on Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
Okay. For something she didn't do.
I'll give you a copy of this, and
It could have been proven if you just looked at evidence.
Any other information will be on the back of this. You will be getting this copy right here.
This poor lady.
Make sure it's all
This poor lady.
What day did this occur?
It occurred on Tuesday, the 22nd. You were in town from 11:52 until 12:09, exactly. Like I said.
And it says, yes, the truck drove in at 11:52 and left at 11:55 and then came back at 12:06 to 12:08. You would have saw this if you pulled all your cameras. But of course, he didn't need to, investigate. He just looked at Flock and said, oh, this person was in the area, that's them. What if it was someone who was walking? What if it was someone who didn't have a fucking car, right? Like, he fails to do basic investigative materials. And that's the other thing, is judges got to stop allowing the police to just have this leeway to issue these citations and things without actual fucking proof of anything. Because it happens all the time. They're allowed to use their, quote, discretion, right? There's a reason why they have what we call qualified immunity, which I think is bullshit. Qualified immunity needs to go, because then they just rely on qualified immunity and say, oh, well, I have qualified immunity and I was doing it because I thought my life was in danger, or I thought, and that's all they have to do to say, oh, it was in the course of my job, qualified immunity. No, qualified immunity needs to be changed. It cannot continue the way it is, And that's the other thing. And the judges need to stop this shit. Like, it's the bottom line is you need to get rid of these cameras, because this is what's going to happen. And it's going to continue to happen. This cop, I'll tell you after. I'll show you after.
Without us knowing.
11:52 a.m.
Nothing gets in or out of the town without us knowing. That's concerning.
Yeah.
The second. See, I need my phone and all this crap
And
to know what day it is.
I can show you. And here's when you left.
She has no idea what he's talking about.
At 12:09.
The officer will not let her help in figuring out where she was that day. Of course not.
When you left.
He needs to be right.
No, to stop it.
Wait a minute.
And take a package. No,
I need to find where this is. Yes, there is. I need to know where this is.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Giving this all
It does matter. She was never there and has proof. And she does, of course.
to you. If you're going to deny it to me,
yes,
I am not going to help you with any courtesy.
I'm
just guaranteeing you.
If you're going to deny a crime that you didn't commit, then I'm not going to help you figure out that you didn't. I'm not going to do my job and make sure that I know that you did it before I accuse you of doing it. So if you don't say the things I want you to say, then, and that's the problem that I have with cops, at least, which is if you're not going to say the thing that I want you to say and say that you did it, then fuck you. You're right. You're suspicious. Well, what does one do who didn't actually do a crime they're being accused of? Because I've been in that boat, right? So no matter how many times they say I had nothing to do with it, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. They're just like, Mary, you're lying. Oh, you're suspicious. Oh, bro, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, right? Oh, here's a court summons, or here's an arrest warrant, or here's a fucking citation. Show up at court and they'll figure it out. Why the fuck should any resident or citizen have to go into a court in front of a judge. And I remember sitting in front of the judge and the judge saying, "Why are you here?" And I said, "I have no idea." And the judge goes, "Well," he made a joke and was like something like, "No one knows why they're here." And I'm like, "No, I really don't know why I'm here. Literally don't know." Like, you know what I mean? Like, we can't have people showing up in court in front of a judge, not knowing why the fuck they're there and being accused of things they didn't fucking do. And then if they say they didn't do it, of course, everybody's like, "Oh, everyone says they didn't do it." Okay, well, what are the people who really didn't do it supposed to do? Because it doesn't matter what they say, no one's going to believe them, right? Like, wild.
If there's any time driving through
Hi, Carolyn.
it would be for me going to work and coming home from work, and that is it.
So the male is confused as well, because on Tuesday, he has the truck in a video surveillance parking lot.
And that is it. It's not. It was when she went in at 11:52.
I think that's where I went to
driving the Rivian on Tuesday in the middle of the afternoon.
Asked the male if he was driving the truck on Tuesday. Yes, he was. He was driving it on a Tuesday.
Where is that Tuesday? Tuesday. I wasn't.
So here is your copy. Only time on Tuesday.
Kind of funny because we have cameras on our truck, so we can show you exactly where we were.
Well, I already know where you were.
Yeah.
She offers the evidence, and he's like, "Nope, I know where you were. Fuck your cameras that show that you're innocent. We don't need to look at those. Fuck it. I know where you were. The flock told me so."
I have it on camera. I have you on camera walking up, ringing the doorbell, taking the package, and literally running away. You.
Except it's not her. It's not her. It's like, you did it, you. Except it's not her.
On camera, doing this. That should be pretty easy because that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Well,
so the husband's like, "Yeah, that didn't happen, bud. Sorry to tell you. Like, so that didn't happen."
I've got it on camera. Okay.
No, you don't.
You know the quality of your camera, right? You can absolutely.
Oh, flock cameras have a better quality, therefore he is right and she is wrong, even though she has cameras on their vehicle that show they didn't do anything. And he drove the car Tuesday. And he's trying to say it was a Monday. It wasn't. It was a Tuesday. So again, cop doesn't even do basic investigative skills here. Once he thinks he's gotcha, it doesn't matter what the evidence says. And that's half the problem with things that are going on in 2026 is it doesn't matter how many pieces of evidence show you're fucking innocent. Even a camera, this guy wouldn't look at it. I have actually, as an advocate, been to police stations and offered evidence like, this is what this person did, right? This is what this abuser did to this woman. It's on camera. Here it is. And they won't be like, "Oh, we don't want to look at it. It's a civil issue." No, it's not. It's a criminal issue. It's not if they don't want to deal with it. So they're like, "Oh, no, it's a civil issue. We're not, go take them to court." Like, no, it's a criminal matter, number one. Number two, why refuse to look at evidence? And then when I've been in courts watching, I've actually heard judges be like, "Well, you should have went to the police." And the people be like, "I did go to the police, and they told me it was a civil matter, or they told me they wouldn't look at my evidence." And I've heard a judge say, more than once, same judge, "They would not have told you that. I don't believe you." Except they did, in fact, tell them that. So it's like the judges aren't even believing that the cops will just wave you off or not look at evidence. Like, newsflash, Your Honor, they do that all the time.
And I also know the megapixel standards. I work in security, and it doesn't know. Yeah. The megapixel on the new Ring cameras are unbelievable. It is her. It is 100%.
Oh,
it is
please.
Locked in. There is zero doubt. I wouldn't have come here unless I was 100%.
Zero doubt.
100.
He said there's zero doubt, except the problem is there's 100% doubt because it wasn't this poor lady.
It is certain. It is on video. You're obviously welcome to go. Okay, by video evidence, you have the Ring and you have my truck, and that is it. Nope. Everybody in the town of Beaumar has a camera.
The dog should look at everyone's camera.
That, but I'm just telling you, I know it's unbelievable to you. I guess this is a shock to you, but I am telling you.
He's laughing. Husband's like a shock to me. That didn't happen. Bro.
No doubt.
This is a lock.
Okay, so it's 100% doubt a lock. It's 100% no doubt a lock.
What was I wearing?
I'm sorry, but it's true.
What
I don't make these things up. So there is your summons.
You are making it up, bub.
Hey,
like I said, it is December 2nd at 8:30 in the morning at 100 Jefferson County Parkway. And obviously you are welcome to, well, you have to appear for this.
Well, and there's no way we can see this video or anything now.
If you go to court, you may.
Why can't we see it now?
Because you have.
He shows a still picture of the truck, doesn't show anything else, and says that's the only evidence that he has. Like,
You're not
okay.
being honest with me, so I'm not going to extend you any courtesy of showing you a video when I don't need.
But I can show you.
But I'm trying to tell you I'm innocent, officer, and you don't want to look at my evidence, and you don't want me to show me the video. That's clearly a woman who isn't me. Like, oh, is this real life?
No, you cannot. I can show you.
Okay, show me that.
No, you're not.
She offers
We're being
evidence.
our attorney. Call our attorney.
Again.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
Please do, because
I guarantee if you had this, that's fine.
You could show me right now.
Yes.
No, I could, but you could also.
What am I
be
wearing?
honest with me.
What am I wearing?
You're wearing a white top and black pants. It's all on video. I'm not making this up. I have no reason.
I want to know where this red. Where?
This house.
I don't know. Where?
Why would I pick you?
Where's?
I don't know. It's a good question, officer. You picked her because you looked at Flock and you're like, that person's in the area. Oh, wait till I give you the update on the officer.
Hold on. I want to check it.
You guys have a good afternoon.
Around noon. Okay.
No, it was exact.
Okay. Between September 29th and October 11th, she tried to contact the chief of police, town officials, or any staff member at either Beaumar or Columbine to discuss the summons, but had no success reaching anyone. Her goal was to prevent taxpayer money from being spent on the frivolous case by providing exculpatory evidence immediately to prove she didn't do it, right? Then on October 7th, she saw a clear sign that the police lacked conclusive evidence. They asked the public for any videos of her truck in that area, confirming that the flock and ring systems had not, in fact, recorded every breath or movement. She finally received an email exonerating her on the evidence she had collected. This whole process demonstrated a troubling guilty until proven innocent approach by them. The evidence she submitted to clear her name included videos from her RIV mini, is that supposed to say minivan or RIV van? For the day in question, a timeline from Google Maps detailing her travels that day, video footage from the business showing her walking in and walking out, including what she was wearing. Witness statements from people at the business who interacted with her. She's committed to ensuring accountability for this misuse of surveillance technology and would welcome the opportunity to speak with the media representatives and attorneys. She's ready to share the comprehensive evidence she collected and offer her testimony to further the discussion on police procedure and civil liberties. Cops didn't want to see any of that, though. Why would they want to see evidence someone didn't commit a crime when they're so sure with the flock cameras?
Hey, developing this morning, a Denver woman says that she was wrongly accused of a crime after police told her they tracked her car using flock cameras. Police went to her door accusing her of stealing a package and served her a court summons.
Chrisana Elser now saying she was never in the area of the robbery to begin with. Fox 31's Jared Dean joins us live from Columbine Valley this morning. Good morning, Jared.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, Christina Elser was at home, heard somebody at her door, went to her door, and found a police officer from the Columbine Police Department with a summons telling her you took a package that was valued at $25 in
So
Belmar.
wild.
We have you on a doorbell camera and flock camera taking this. And she said she was never in the area and actually proved her innocence with evidence of her own. Now, that evidence included dashboard camera footage of her driving that day in another area at that time and used Google Maps to show a log of her location to prove her innocence to the police officer. Elser says
want to look at it, though.
The officer denied reviewing her video, telling her it wasn't worth it. And, quote, "You have not been honest with me, so I am not going to extend you any courtesy of showing you a video.
Imagine.
I don't need to." And then
What a
after this,
fucking
Elser
douche.
got in contact with the chief of police, sent the evidence, and her summons was voided. But she says she didn't need to prove her innocence in the first place.
You know we have cameras in that town, and you can't get a breath of fresh air in or out of that place without us knowing, correct?
They need to be used properly and be used with caution in a conversation versus we're now going to use this to accuse anybody and everybody.
It's wild.
We reached out to the Columbine Police Department. We did not get a response from them.
Right.
Elser says she encourages those in the community and her neighbors to get cameras of their own. so they don't have to go through.
We shouldn't have to do that, though. We shouldn't have to have cameras on our vehicles, cameras outside our homes, cameras inside our homes to prove cameras on our clothes to prove our innocence, to prove a double negative. That's fucking wild. We need to have cameras to combat their cameras. That doesn't serve the, you know what I mean? Like, that's just more surveillance of more people.
Live in Littleton, Jared Dean, Fox 31.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about flock cameras yesterday in Aurora. That was your story, Jared. And now you're talking about a town, Columbine Valley, as well. So a lot of talk about this program.
Yeah, the flock cameras are a fucking joke and they need to be taken down and they're not helping. You know, where's I know there was like an update on the cop. Hold on. Well, here's another one on Flock.
Automotive journalist says he spent days unknowingly being tracked by police after license plate cameras mistakenly identified the test vehicle he was driving as stolen. Ken's going to break down how all this happened and why this story is sparking a much bigger conversation about surveillance.
Right after returning a package at the Kohl's near his Plymouth home.
Hello, sir. Can you come out to me, please?
Joel Fetter.
Is it just you and the wife?
And his wife.
Both of us? Both of us.
Were suddenly surrounded.
I was parked here. There was a car here, so I couldn't just drive away.
Even a week and a half later, he still can't believe it.
And I legitimately looked at my wife and I was like, I wasn't even speeding. Like, there's nothing I did wrong.
That certainly didn't stop things from getting tense.
Are you armed at all? No. Okay, is this your car?
It's complicated. Can I explain it?
Joel is director of content and product at thedrive.com, meaning the Land Rover he was driving wasn't his, but he was test driving it for work.
I have paperwork that I can show you that I drive this for the week.
Okay.
It's owned by Jaguar Land Rover. If you run the plates, it's owned by Jaguar Land Rover. They own it.
Little did he know Plymouth police had already run them.
The reason you have 4 cops here is because your license plate is registered as stolen license plates in our system.
Are you serious? 15 years doing this job. I've never had this. This is insane.
That's because the plates were flagged by an emerging surveillance network of flock cameras. And not just before this stop.
Get on our license plate readers the other day, too.
Are you serious? Cameras that read my license plate now twice in the last couple of days. And it picked up and flagged it for the cops. You guys been searching for this car. Unreal.
And it turns out the issue at the heart of the stop really wasn't real. Plymouth police released him after more than an hour, telling us today, quote, when the license plate was reported as stolen in California, it was improperly entered in the National Crime Information Center database with incomplete numbers.
Manufacturing plate for New Jersey has 2 big numbers, 2 little numbers, and 3 big letters, okay? 3410 DTM was my plate. But what got flagged was 34 DTM.
In a statement from Flock, the company wrote, we take incidents like this seriously and are looking closely at what happened. Flock's system is highly accurate and situations like this are rare.
Rare, but we've been hearing about issue after issue after issue. Clearly, they're not fucking rare.
That said, an alert should be one part of an investigation, not the whole basis for a stop.
Well, when you give police the technology to just fuck people over, you think they're going to do due diligence with people who are eager to get up to fucking colonel or fucking detect? No. Listen, back in the day, they knocked on doors. They talked to people. They did basic investigative research. I have, as an advocate over the last 20 years, called dozens of police departments and talked to dozens of chiefs, even reaming some of them out for their officers not doing the most basic investigative steps before arresting someone or proclaiming that they're guilty of something. And we're still seeing that shit happen right now in numerous instances, including ones that come from the sewer turtle himself, right? Shame on Holden PD. They just need to be investigated for their fucking complete and utter lack of integrity, lack of control over their own police department. Like, come the fuck on.
I think the issue is that a human error got amplified because this technology doesn't have enough guardrails in place. The police officers that day told me there were 4 plates, including mine, in the state of Minnesota, that were hitting on 34 DTM on flock cameras. 4. Range Rover told me there's about 15 Range Rovers in the nationwide fleet that had some combination of 34XX DTM. They had to freeze the whole fleet until this whole got figured out. Because other people getting pulled over might not ended the same.
This is the craziest story, legitimately.
There are so many concerns here. I mean, I'm thankful my kids were in the car. I'm thankful the cops had the patience to listen and they didn't come in hot and angry, guns drawn. I mean, someone could have got shot, right?
Somebody could have killed.
Again, Joel is relieved that concern didn't become reality.
But just a few weeks prior, he did a whole podcast on thedrive.com about the many privacy concerns that can arise for car owners when our local governments pay private companies like Flock for cameras that can tap into national databases and track you with AI. A few days later, that concern certainly became real, Jana.
As is his concerns about guardrails. Like, all of this stuff about privacy seems to be moving too fast.
Again, that's his whole point, because he says the database itself was where the error is, but he doesn't understand why the Flock cameras didn't catch that little number that would have prevented all of this.
And it should have, and it doesn't. And that's just not even a quarter of the problem with Flock in general, right? There was an update. Listen, Greene County deputy accused of using Flock camera system for personal use.
Well, right now, a Greene County deputy is off the job.
And not just this guy, but many other guys like this who are using them to, like, spy on their girlfriends, on their exes. Like, come on.
And facing charges accused of misusing the county's Flock camera system. So the sheriff's office says that Deputy Keisha Goss accessed license plate readers for personal reasons. And investigators say an audit found that she ran searches involving at least one license plate over a 3-month period. Authorities arrested her today, booking her for a violation of oath of office. And it's the latest case involving the alleged misuse of Flock cameras, because just yesterday, the GBI announced the arrest of 5 Albany police officers following an audit of that department's Flock system. Last month, the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office announcing the arrest of a lieutenant, a sergeant, a deputy, all accused of improperly using the agency's license plate reader system.
We have a serious problem with Flock, and people need to start having these conversations. Oh, was this? I think this is the one where the guy was fucked.
We've seen a string of alleged crimes involving officers with access to the Flock system. Just yesterday in Greene County, a deputy was arrested and fired. Investigators say Quenisha Goss accessed Flock data for personal reasons multiple times over the course of 3 months without law enforcement justification. A similar story in South Georgia. 5 Albany officers were arrested on Monday. You see their names listed there. The GBI says an internal audit found that the officers used the Flock system multiple times for non-law enforcement purposes. All of those officers have been fired. And just a few weeks ago in Cherokee County, our own Atlanta News First investigation found these 3 deputies have been fired for allegedly misusing Flock. Sergeant Mike Creedon, Lieutenant Chris Ryan, and Deputy Cynthia Jodeci were all charged. Earlier this week, we spoke with a Flock executive who says the company built in safeguards to flag issues.
It's a horrible use of the technology. Tools aren't designed.
So this guy actually was found to be lying in this very interview. All they have to punch in is something like breaking and entering, right? That's their tools, is that you're supposed to put in the reason why you're using it. And all they have to do is put in a false reason and it works just fine. It'll only flag it if you put in something like checking on boyfriend. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that is not a proper safety mechanism to halt someone from doing that. All they have to do is lie and say investigation. And they found that all people have to do is write investigation in that many departments. That's what they do. They'll just write investigation to get around it. Like, that is not a proper safety protocol, sir.
This is why we built an audit log,
and we work
with the appropriate democratically elected governing bodies to hold those people accountable. We built a tool that uses AI to flag for the city.
Uses AI. That's a problem.
If there might be a suspicious search of some reason.
Oh, okay, because that would be okay,
or
right?
one that just maybe might be out of policy for the city.
Now, that same official stressed that while Flock has built-in safeguards, it's up to local governments to decide how police use the technology.
And you can't leave it up to them to decide how to use the technology, because this is the shit that happens. Imagine, okay? Imagine this happens to you, okay? Like, this one was Colorado. I think he was, I don't think he was suspended. I think that they, let's see, where is it? Yeah, I mean, they have to. And that's, I mean, there's a big problem. Nobody should be using flock, period. A new bill could alter the laws surrounding cameras in Colorado. Well, that didn't help that lady, did it? You know what I mean? Like, didn't help that fucking lady. Officer disciplined after confronting innocent woman over a package theft. Oh, so this guy was what?
Cameras in that town. You can't get.
They told him, don't do that again, asshole.
Sergeant Jamie Milliman seen in that now viral video confronting a woman at her doorstep about a package theft. He says their use of flock cameras led them to identify her as the suspected thief. She used cameras on her own Rivian truck to prove her innocence. On Tuesday, Milliman was issued a letter of reprimand saying she was rude, dismissive, and had an unwillingness to de-escalate. And discipline will now include him having to complete additional training hours
because that'll fix the problem.
Areas. Milliman, also known as James Milliman, we have learned was previously let go from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. A spokesperson there telling us that he failed to take reports from citizens as required by policy, failed to Mirandize a juvenile before questioning, and failed to complete paperwork also required by policy in their department.
Yeah, so let's just keep hiring and rehiring officers let go for things like that, and we'll just keep letting them make these mistakes. This is part of the problem with policing in general. There are a lot of really good officers out there doing a lot of really good work, putting their lives on the line and actually want to help. But the bad ones, right? It makes it so easy for people to hate the cops because the bad ones do really bad shit, right? Really, really bad shit. We cannot be okay with this. And then when they just give a reprimand or, you know what I mean, like paid leave, right? What does that do to correct the behavior? Is it going to correct the behavior? No, the fuck it's not. It is not going to correct the behavior of that officer who was already let go from another department for doing similar behavior, right? We need to help the good officers by making sure bad ones can't continue doing the shit they're doing. That's why there's such a disconnect between the public and officers. When I was a kid, the officers knew every kid and family in the area. Why? They got out of their fucking patrol cars. They interacted with the community, right? Now they won't even leave their cars. They just drive around your neighborhood looking all suspicious and then telling you you look suspicious when you see them and you walk the other way because you don't want to interact with them, right? Maybe I don't want to interact with you because the last time I interacted with one, I was accused of a crime I didn't commit. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's you who's suspicious, not fucking me. Just because you have a badge doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want. And that's part of the problem because we're not giving the good officers the tools to rise, right? We're giving the shitty ones that. And so the good ones kind of just exist, right? While the bad ones, well, they take up the news cycle. And that's all people hear about, right? We got to even it out, bro. Like, you got to get rid of the bad ones. You can't keep doing this reprimand bullshit, rehiring bullshit. Like, if they're let go from a department from doing that shit, we can't just have them rehired. They're not going to change their behavior with extra hours, like, of training. Like, it's just not going to fucking happen, okay? It's not going to happen. And then our good officers get blamed for doing bad shit when someone gives some sort of weird speculation or innuendo over it. And that's why it's so easy for people to believe a wild conspiracy theory. Like, come on. I miss you. I love you. We're just talking about the flock cameras. Privacy concerns about the flock cameras and the police officer in Pawtucket that now can't work as a police officer because he kind of like whistleblowed on them about the flock cameras and the serious privacy concerns that it has. Just to catch you up real quick. And it does have serious fucking privacy concerns. Like, wild as hell. Wild as fucking hell. Just checking real quick to see if there's anything else that I need to show you guys. Been here 3.5 hours. Also, I just opened my email. I haven't opened my email yet today, and this one came earlier. I didn't see this. Thank you, Rachel. Rachel sent $30 earlier and said, hope your day gets better. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate that. I didn't want to forget that one because I just checked my email, and that one was from direct. It doesn't always come. It should pop up, but I think it's because I had my other email opened and not that one, and it didn't just pop up at the top of my screen. So fix that by putting the screen over there. You're welcome. Okay, hold on. Oh, wait. Did Jen do a space? She's doing a space now. Hold on. Oh, she's got something to say about Ethel, I guess. Hold on. What's happening right now? Boop. While I'm getting this set up, do me a favor, guys. Punch the like button or boop it in the nose. Boop. Hit the subscribe button if you already haven't. If you'd like to donate to the channel, there's a bunch of different ways. We would appreciate it. It's going to be a long week this week with court dates and stuff. Tomorrow's going to be a double whammy. We'll be here early, probably 9:30. Let's do this 10 o'clock hearing with Judge Gilday. We have a bunch of different ways to donate. It's all in the description of the video. It's on the screen. We have a justice chat at the top that works for debit, credit, Apple Pay, Google Pay, and I don't know what else, some other things. But we do have PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Revolut, Chime, Super Chats, memberships, and Jewels. You can only use the Jewels, I guess, if you're on a phone. I couldn't do it on my computer. I don't know why. It didn't let me. Maybe it's just me. It would not let me do it from my computer. I had to go on my phone and do the Jewels that way, which was weird.
You're following a 5'6" man who tells you to call me Jim. Fucking weird.
Talk about Aidan.
Call me Jim. That's why my name is Jim on Twitter. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. It just shows your level of following a man who, you know, he tells you who to like. He tells you who not to like.
True that.
I named 15 people probably off the top of my head who I would communicate with several times a week, if not every single day. Who all of a sudden, big bump.
Don't like you because he said so.
That I was a piece of shit.
Because he said so.
I didn't want to be friends with Aidan anymore. I
Been there.
didn't stab Aidan in the back. I merely decided I didn't want to be his friend.
Be friends with him anymore.
And why do people take that so personally? Why do you take it so personally that I don't want to be friends with him?
Now sounds so good.
Friends with somebody who you had caught in multiple lies? Would you want to be friends with somebody who really wasn't a friend to you?
Yeah, no, he's not a friend to anyone.
Who is doing things that you don't agree with? You probably wouldn't. I made that decision, but just because it's Aidan Kearney, I'm wrong?
Yeah, come on.
Don't take it so personally. Aidan can't name one thing that I ever did that stabbed him in the back. Until I decided that I just didn't want to be friends with him anymore. And then I took a look back at really with open eyes and a clear head and watched again all the things he did. Chasing Jen McCabe down the street, calling her a cop killer. That's not a journalist. That's not an activist. That's a harasser.
I know one else is being charged with it.
Fine. I don't have such a problem with that because he rang the doorbell and then he left. Going to her kids' lacrosse game, that in itself, to just interview her, not so bad. Screaming like a fucking banshee that she's a cop killer, bad. Standing outside Chris Albert's pizza shop, and he wasn't even there. He wasn't even at 34 Fairview. And you're trying to ruin his business? That's not journalism. That's harassment.
Yes, it
That's
is.
not petitioning the government. Petitioning the government is, going to Michael Morrissey's home, petitioning outside his, protesting outside his office, going to his press conferences, protesting. Petitioning the government is not chasing a witness down the street, calling her a cop killer. And it's not going to fly with the jury either. And then I looked at the stuff with Karen. And I sat again with an open mind and not someone research. I watched the ladies on the forensic room, really looked at all the evidence, and I made my own decision about what happened. And it really, honestly, doesn't matter because she's been acquitted. If anybody didn't know, the trials are over. She's not being tried again for murder. I've never been involved in the civil case or had any interest in it, so I don't care. It doesn't matter if I think Karen is guilty or not guilty. She was acquitted by a jury of
I can see
But I
the
do
comments.
support witnesses, and I will continue to support witnesses because I believe that they have been absolutely harassed. Grown-ass people calling Colin Albert's school, calling the McCabe girls, calling their colleges, harassing their family members, going to their homes. It's harassment. It's not free speech. It's harassment, whether you believe it or not. I wish that they had charged him more with harassment than witness intimidation, but I have to imagine that that probably. Admittedly, I haven't studied the statute.
Kind of cutting out a little.
So many things that you just don't have to do. Yeah, you're allowed to do them, but you don't have to do them. This Turtleboy derangement syndrome. Newsflash.
Such a joke.
It doesn't exist. It's
No,
not
not a thing. It's not a thing.
To as to why you don't support Aidan, that you have Turtleboy derangement syndrome. No, I just don't like the fucking guy.
Right?
That's all it is. It's no syndrome.
No syndrome.
Tired of his lies, his hypocrisy.
It's bullshit.
How can you all defend the fact that he records everybody? If you think he's only recorded Karen Reed,
you've lost your mind. Seems like I can't do anything without it cutting out. Hello?
Think
Hold on.
Karen, because he wanted to go back and listen. So I keep getting, if I'm losing connection,
Cutting out.
because he wanted to go back and listen to it, then why did he tell people he recorded her? Why did he play it for people?
Yep.
If it was just for him and he just wanted to listen to it, why didn't he just listen to it? Why did he send it? Why did he play it for Nurse Kim? Why did he play it for Will? Why did he play it for Jessica? Why did he play it for Megan?
Why'd they lie for him?
Why did he tell me and Deanna that he had it? The exact text that he sent me and Deanna said that I just talked to Karen and I'm recording. And we both said, get rid of that recording. He didn't offer to play it for us. I didn't want to hear it. I did eventually hear it. And I didn't really want to hear it. I remember the phone call that I had with him. And he said, we were talking about the recording. And he said, do you want to hear it? And I said, no, not really. And he's like, really? You don't want to hear it? Come on, I'll play it for you. So he pushes people to listen to it because then it puts them in a situation where they listen to it too. Then they're just as bad as him. And, he uses it against people.
That's what he does.
So there's no such thing as Turtleboy derangement syndrome. You just put somebody in a lie just too many times. And so you're all okay with him recording everybody.
So wild.
But you're trying to get Meredith fired and lose her license because she recorded
him threatening her?
Him for her safety.
Threatening
you support that?
Like, come on, dude, that's wild.
Guess what? Aidan won't. He would
doesn't
step
stall.
over you if you were on fire.
Every last one of them.
No mistake about it. He
Every
would
last
not
one.
help you.
Nope.
Somebody wrote like a comment to me back on Twitter the other day, something about me being friends with Aidan. And this woman wrote back, well, maybe we want to be friends with Aidan.
No.
Fine, be friends with Aidan, but just know
he's not a friend.
That he's never going to be your friend.
Or be your friend, yeah. He doesn't know how. He'll use you for what you're good for.
I'm not going to just sit here and
talk
about Aidan. I'm just so sick of the fucking hypocrisy of these people when it comes to him.
Yeah, it's amazing.
He can do it all. He can do everything. It's okay because he's a journalist and an activist. And he brought us all Karen Reed. But anybody else does the same thing or not even the same thing. They're the biggest pieces of shit, right?
Yep. Bingo.
It's sad to me, and it is a cult. I'm sorry, but it's absolutely a cult. If somebody tells you who to like and who not to like, he sat on his stream and threatened Lucky. Does anybody not remember that? Those were like complete threats. Come to me and talk to me, or else, you know, watch out. Those were threats. Then he says, when I'm off bail, we're going to go back to the old school Turtleboy way. Okay. Nobody's scared anymore, Aidan. No, nobody's scared. Nobody
Time's passed. Train's passed, bud.
The fact that you couldn't even get 100 people to come to your golf tournament should make you sit back and think. But then, of course, you'll make the excuse. Oh, it was on a Monday. It's the wrong. You made it on a Monday. It was this and that. No, people just don't want to support you anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not just into you anymore, bro. Sorry.
Lady,
they've sort of figured out your scheme.
Good Lord.
Your scheme is kind of over at this point, but.
All right. I don't know what else I want to say.
Everybody's waiting for the karma train.
Does anybody want to talk?
Oh, I would. I normally do talk.
I'll give it like 2 minutes if anybody wants to talk.
I'm tired.
I don't know. This thing with Jessica and this call from Paige just really got to me today. I'm just so tired of her fucking hypocrisy.
It's the same as Aidan's.
The way she cries that she's such a fucking victim.
Everyone's a victim.
That she's so nice and everybody's I'm just a baby. I'm just a baby. Not a baby. You're a grown-ass 50-year-old woman who has gotten herself in this situation because of her fucking mouth.
Right?
That's why you're in this situation.
Jesus.
Go take a walk, Jessica.
Take a walk.
Go on a GLP-1. Oh, okay. Hold on.
Sherry, I think.
There's Sherry. Hi, Sherry.
Yeah.
Hey, Jim.
How are you?
I'm kidding. Okay, so I just wanted to say really quick, and I do hope that people see the bigger picture. I know, honestly, for me,
hard people, I guess.
When I first learned of quote unquote a fallout, I thought, what happened? Now, I'm also not the kind of person that I'm like really digging into stuff on social media, so I didn't know. But I have since learned, really, from you being on Spaces or tweets, you know, there was a straw that broke the camel's back for you. And you know, some could say, well, she was friends with him for so long, like she supported things that he was doing. Okay, that might be the case.
I see that.
That might be the case. Like, my thing that I hope, and I want people to understand is, we really never can 100% put ourselves in someone's shoes. So we can't.
Certainly can't.
For Jen Altman, we can't speak to what was happening at the time. But what we can speak about, and what I speak about in the current state, is this is where we're at. And Jen has talked about what changed for her. And I think it's really kind of crappy that there's things on social media like people posting videos of you giving accolades to Aidan. Okay, well, I'm sure at the time that's how she felt. But she doesn't feel that way right now. And it's okay.
Yep.
What's not okay.
It changed because you started to figure out what's going on.
Jen Altman for how she feels right now. Like, I think it shows, which I really would love for people to understand, that people change. People can self-reflect. People can think about what's going on in the world, in their life. They can reevaluate things. They can self-reflect. And I there was a post about you, and they were trying to dig on you, and then I made a comment, and then someone laughed at my comment and said, well, you do know that you tagged Jen Altman. And I said, absolutely, I know I tagged her. I think she's a brave woman. I think it takes a lot for where she is right now. And I hope, well, I don't know if I typed this part, but I'm saying it now. I hope that it potentially could help others to like kind of look at it like, wait a second, if Jen Altman was able to kind of look at things like step
that's the easy way of the hard way. It's the Turtleboy. Be afraid of me. Oh, Turtleboy, damn it.
He's not everything I thought he was.
Right, girl.
I mean, it sounds really corny, but I mean, I kind of really feel like you could be an inspiration and a help to others who may kind of be on the fence, questioning things.
Harassing people and lying is the TV way
Because
for
I
the
never
class.
thought. I mean, I never, ever would have
Being a
thought.
diabolically evil loser.
I never would have bet my life that
Sending your channel
you wouldn't
to
be his
attack
friend
people.
anymore. But it's not just that you're not. Like, the reason why you're not is because you saw things that you didn't agree with, and you stood your ground on that. And I think that takes a lot. And that's the disappointing part, where people just make excuses for him. Like, it's not okay. It's not okay. But nobody will say that. And if you do, I mean, I like to.
Then
he
got
says,
TBDS.
Right.
Yes,
I like
TBDS.
to call it
Doesn't exist.
TV
But
devotion syndrome, where you are so devoted, you are unable to see any wrong in what he does. Like, he never gets called out.
Oh, I call him out every day.
If it was any other friend
He's
that
not afraid of
somebody,
him.
thank you. If it was any other friend that somebody had, and they said, well, why'd you end your friendship with Paula? Well, because Paula lied to me, and Paula was doing things I didn't like, and Paula did this and that, and they were I just didn't want to be friends with her. People would be like, good for you. Good for you for, protecting your peace and yourself. But because it's Aidan Kearney, then I'm a fucking cunt. I'm a fucking traitor, Benedict Arnold. Why? Because I just didn't want to be friends with Aidan Kearney anymore?
Yep.
Like, it's weird.
Well, and
weird.
Well, and here's the thing, and I'm sure that you experienced that, like, let's say 3 years ago, when you were tight with him and there were people challenging him. I mean, I'm curious, like, the sociological aspect of it.
Yep,
I'm
that's
curious
definitely interesting.
how you handled that, say, 3 years ago. Because here's the thing, like, people will say, I can't believe people don't see how he is, and they get very passionate, and they kind of, like, quote unquote, the other side, and they get angry. And I try to say, okay, look, for me personally, it was fall of 2025. The Ghetto Mellow account.
Yep.
I mean, him literally trolling Attorney Bederow.
His own attorney. Yeah.
I mean, I remember posting, I mean, if you're that unhappy with your lawyer, why wouldn't you just talk to your lawyer instead of posting from this Ghetto Mellow account?
Saying racist shit.
And talking like a pure racist against Bederow. Like, why wouldn't you just... And then James Jackson, I mean, Aidan started that, and James Jackson literally being accused of being responsible. Yeah, and see,
Wild.
It's hard. Like, I don't even want to say her name because I know how James. I just typically say JJ, and but to this day, there are people who still think that. Like, that really got me.
Bingo, Breeze.
And
bingo.
I know that. Well, in my opinion. I mean, I know that Aidan and Meredith didn't talk for a while, and then out of the blue, he contacts her. He was setting her up, and he did set her up. And then the backlash from that, and unfortunately, Jen, I just don't have the balls of steel like you do. Like, I just get kind of quiet, like, as far as...
Fuck that. I was done being quiet a long time ago.
What did it for me... What started it for me was the beginning of, him sending his friend Chelsea after Meredith and posting those videos. And then him doing the, just continuously going after her. And then the bottom, the worst one was when the last time I spoke to him on the phone, which was January 24th or something like that. And he admitted to being that State Street account. And I said, why would you do that? Like, why would you keep tagging her work? And he says, because she deserves to lose her job. Why? Because she broke up with you?
Yeah, weird.
Like, I finally saw it all so clearly that nobody leaves Aidan Kearney without consequences. And I really feel like it was fine from July until like November. And then he found out that she was dating somebody, and that was going to be the end of her.
Well, and you know what? The State Street account, which to this day, his subscribers, his diehards, it's like it went in one ear and out the other. He did a live stream, and he admitted he was. Yeah. But they don't hold any fault towards him for that. Or
no, of course not.
He didn't say it.
Blind loyalty for no reason.
That it was him.
They're afraid.
But he literally said it.
He said it. What part of that don't you get?
Like, yeah, what's the big deal? I like creating blah, blah, blah. It is a big deal. I think
it's a huge deal.
I think it's a big deal.
It's a huge deal. He kept tagging her job. And that's a lot of the reason why she probably lost her job, because they were tired of people being a nuisance. It just became too much. It wasn't what she said, what she did, anything like that.
Look, so many content creators have inadvertently, well, no, not inadvertently, have been attacked because of the actions of him.
Yep.
I mean, you have a content creator who he wanted them to do a favor,
and they didn't want to do it.
That person said no, and because that content creator said no, he got attacked. And Aidan brought in others to attack him. Yep. Now, really, in this world, the content creator who said no, I'm not going to do that.
Mike,
I mean, the content creator is smart. I mean, Aidan, presented two different things to him. But even if Aidan didn't present two different things to him, from the very beginning, like when he was initially asked to do this favor, the content creator said, no, I'm not doing that. Like, you're putting, I don't know if the content creator said to him, you're putting me in a position that I could get charged with a crime. Well,
he was using the N-word and shit, like just
morally speaking,
trying to quote
content creator
it's like
did
trolling your own attorney.
person should have said, like, no, I'm not going to help you with a crime. But then what happens to that content creator? They
get shit on.
To this day.
They lose it all.
To this day, they have been attacked.
Yep.
I mean, thankfully, that content creator within themselves is strong enough that they can still stand tall. But it's also because that content creator knew that they did the right thing. But what's so unfortunate is all of these thousands of people criticize them for literally doing the right thing. Like I just don't get it. And
because he didn't do it for Aidan, and you should do anything you can to protect Aidan.
Yep.
Yes, but what's disappointing is all of these people. Like, what does it say about all these people that they come down on a content creator because they didn't do an illegal favor for Aidan? Like, what does that say about those people? But unfortunately, in this quote unquote movement, community, whatever you want to call it, there are so many bullies. There's so many bullies. There's so many bullies. And I mean, the part that I don't like is, and look, I don't know how I would handle it. I mean, I definitely wouldn't handle it like what's going on with the woman that you were just talking about, because she's just burning herself to the ground.
Yeah.
But what I
don't know.
Oh
no, that's no good.
Again, I'm not.
Let me ask Ashley. She might be able to help you in that department of helping.
I would want to
fix it.
I don't know how I would handle it. I would definitely want to fight back through words because you're talking through a screen. But what I don't like is, like, it just was so upsetting to me to see the
It is
effects
wild
that Aidan had on people who did the right thing, who were trying to defend themselves. But then you got all these people attacking them, and then I think they were just trying to keep their head above the water. But it was a side of creators that we never saw.
Right.
But where I go back to, I could never imagine being in their shoes fully.
Yeah, but
I don't know how I
would got to deal with him.
Reacted to it.
There's fire
I mean,
sometimes.
there's another content creator right now. It seems like he's ramping things up again, attacking people. I don't really fully understand it.
They love the drama. It's all about the drama.
I mean, at his age, to emotionally can't regulate yourself emotionally, like, you know?
So I'm going to have to end this, but I do want to remind people that Meredith is facing a defamation or a wiretapping case.
A felony charge.
And she really needs our help financially with the attorney. I mean, Meredith does fine. She supports herself, but what Aidan Kearney is doing to her is absolutely wrong. And so I was talking to somebody else today, and we're probably going to be doing some sort of online fundraiser for her through YouTube at some point. Got to arrange it. But if anybody can go to her Give, Send, Go and donate $5, $10, whatever you can do, it will help a lot. This is going to cost her a pretty penny, and it's so wrong. It's so wrong for Aidan to do this to her.
He does this to pretty much
his way.
It's anyone he can.
It's his way of trying to keep control over her. All right, I'm gonna get off, but I just want to say,
sure is,
Jen, thank you to the content creators who have always stood up to him. I want to apologize I feel like sometimes I'm a wuss. And Jen, I think you understand. No. Not just to you, Jen. But I'm saying in general. Because honestly, I've never really been into like these court cases and Twitter and social media like this. And it is kind of scary. It's kind of scary how people attack everyone. But but my point is,
that's the problem, right, Panda? It's outrageous.
And other creators who have stood up, and not just for being strong, but also because it's a sign of like the core of people, like your morals, your integrity, your dignity. So I know you're getting ready to get at the restaurant.
Yes.
So I'm gonna get off of here because you're gonna wrap it up.
Okay, thank you, Sherry.
All right, bye.
So thanks everyone for joining me on my ride. Just please support Meredith if you can in any way. She can use all the help. Keep an eye out for something online that we'll do for her. I gotta work with the other person to get that going. You know, let's show Aidan that we can raise more money for Meredith's legal fund than he can for his golf outing. And listen, don't be afraid of Aidan. You know, people used to be so afraid that he would write a blog about you, and you can't leave your house.
Lies.
Like I've said before, I've been on the outs with Aidan for 6 months. Never once has one person come up to me in public.
Not me either.
Said,
3 years, not a single person.
You're the one that Aidan hates.
Not a single one.
Poked at me or whatever.
Yeah, this is right now.
He does not have the voice that he thinks he has. He's never selling his documentary. It's never getting purchased. It's never going to be seen unless he plays it himself and charges people like $50 to see it.
Yep.
So that's all. I am heading to this restaurant, and maybe I'll share later who I'm having dinner with. Talk to y'all later. Bye.
Bye. Okay. With that, my friends, I mean, I gotta, right now I gotta listen. I've tried. I think I donated $10 last time to Meredith. Unfortunately, I just don't have the funds. I have to worry about how the fuck I'm gonna get through August running 2 households and my sister's brain surgery. If I could, I would definitely help financially. Unfortunately, I'm not in that position. I got to figure out my own shit, unfortunately. So I love your stinking faces, and I am going to go because I need to do food. I'm hangry. I haven't eaten since yesterday because my stomach hurt and I felt pukey, and so I am quite hungry at the moment. So I'm gonna go do that. Thank y'all. We will be here early tomorrow. Everybody remember, early tomorrow. There's a hearing at 10 a.m. There's a hearing at 3 p.m. So I'll be here between 9 and 9:30 to cover that hearing. Eastern Standard Time. On Eastern Time. Remember, I am in Massachusetts. So if you're, check your times to make sure it's a little earlier for those of you who are not in Eastern Standard Time. But for those in Eastern, it'll be before 10 a.m., between 9 and 9:30 a.m. so that we can cover the hearing with Judge Gilday. And then there's another hearing at 3 at the federal courthouse. So we'll cover those. If you're catching it on the restream, we appreciate you, my friends. If you'd like to donate to the channel, there's a bunch of different ways to do so. We're a small channel. We get by on the donations of those of you who donate. We appreciate it. Always appreciate it. Don't forget about the raffle. I love your stinking faces, and I'll see y'all in the morning. Bye.